Hello, everybody. Welcome to the International Kriegsspiel Society. We have a new live stream, which is the Battle of Alkmaar. I am representing General D, actually Division. I put the brigade, but whatever. Um, I'm running a French division, I believe, is what this certainly looks like. And this is our own interpretation of the battle. I've got a briefing here, which I will show you what the briefing says. Let me just pull that up. And we represent the Revolutionary French Army during the time of the Directory. The year is 1799, September 19th to be exact. We are being attacked by British and Russian forces, and we have a goal or an objective of defending this town here, Alkamaar. And we need to hold the blue dotted line. I am deployed around Bergen on the left, as I understand it. And I have not positioned my forces in any particular way as of yet. I had to create my own module for this and bring in my own pieces. The umpires who are running the event are brand new. As I understand, they probably have not even run a game before. I'm not sure. However, the event does look a little rough around the edges so far. They should have a module made. They should have a clearer order of battle. There's some steps that they have sort of not done as thoroughly as a more experienced Kriegsspiel umpire team might do. But they're doing a really noble effort. And I think it should be a fun experience. We are going to see how it goes. I'm actually going to check to see how many umpires they have working. 4 in total. Some of the umpires are experienced, so I think they're going to do just fine. But in any case, our job is to hold this line here. So I am going to lay out my forces in some logical manner. And then I am going to give some orders to those forces, which in the lack of bigger orders like, you know, hey, go do this, here's your task, here's your purpose, other than right now defend, I'm just going to kind of hold position. So I've got some infantry here. I don't know if these are brigades, demi-brigades, or what, but we have to hold. So I'm looking to do a defense in depth. And it also looks like I have 5 units. Is it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 4 units, which is what I took out here, of more skilled infantry. I don't know if they're guard or elite or level or whatever, but apparently they're better than average. So my regiments, brigades, demi-brigades, whatever we've got here, they are going to take some positions. So if I am responsible for defending Bergen, the canals are a little hard to cross, but there are some crossing points. But as I understand from what little I've been told, I am just hanging out here in Bergen, and I don't have a specific deployment. So this is one of the catches with a new event. It can be really hard, and apparently I'm not able to talk to my commander-in-chief at all. So good thing I'm here, because I kind of have a clue, at least as far as how to play Kriegsspiel. So I'm going to position some forces in such a way as to monitor and be prepared for enemy to come through. Now I've got dragoons, and if the enemy is coming from my north, if I'm the enemy, if I'm the baddies, how do I move on Bergen? And maybe I would move down this way here. So let me get my little trusty pin here. and draw some thoughts out. So maybe I move down this way. Maybe I move down this road in particular. And then, let's see here. I'm almost definitely maybe going to want to come in this way. I don't know that there are too many other approaches. Going through the middle of these fields, which are very damp and muddy probably, given the terrain and where we're at. Oh, look, I just got a position. Okay. Ooh, this looks like a lot fewer pieces than what was in the original order of battle. So I don't know if my units are already dispersed for me or what, but I am here at... It looks like the pieces are just dropped on the map, so I don't know that this is a deployment. I'll show you folks what I'm looking at. This just popped into my text orders channel, whatever. Let me save this actually. And then let me see if I can't open it for you and let you look at it a little bigger. Here we are. Paint. No, we don't want to open it in Paint. We just want to open it in the photo viewer. So we're not going to draw on it. But here you are. Okay. Ooh, it's kind of ugly. That scale is terrible. But what you do see, hopefully, is we've got two regular infantry forces here. And we've got two, whatever these are. They're guard or elite. They're higher class. This is a hussar block. This is a dragoon block. Incredibly pixelated, but because I kind of know what I'm looking at, I have a sense of what's what. So let's go ahead and put these forces out as indicated until I hear otherwise. Like, what are we doing? Are we camped out here? Are we just camped in the middle of a muddy field with a perfectly satisfactory, dry and comfortable town behind us? I don't know. I'm going to grab two of these. Alright, it's close enough for Kriegsspiel. Alright, and then we're going to grab a hussar block. And we're going to grab those dragoons, which I would actually prefer to have just about anywhere other than here. And then we've got a couple batteries of guns. So let's bring our artillery up. And then we've got my command avatar and a supply train. So here's the supply train, which he put here. I don't think these are actual positions. I am pretty certain that these items here are just laid out, and it's my job to pick them up and move them, and that's okay. I think I have time, which is a pretty precious commodity in any warfare scenario at all, but I think I have time because I have friendly forces to my north up here, and they should be sending me a warning if bad guys are coming my way. But of course, I could be wrong. We are augmented by, I think, Batavian forces, Dutch. And apparently they are weak, whereas our forces are pretty well qualified. I'll put the briefing back up. Wear down the enemy. We're defending 3 roads. We've been retreating. The French are good. The Dutch are just so-so. Our enemy are British and Russian forces. I have an advantage in cavalry and artillery. I have to cover 3 roads. Actually, when I say I mean us, the whole team. And apparently we're being flanked. A wide, broad flank, so we could have guys pop in from somewhere. Probably on the right side of the map, because to the left is ocean. And hold the blue dotted line as indicated here. So it may be that there's somebody out here coming around on the right. And of course, the solution to that dilemma is to scout that. But I'm not there. I'm here in Bergen. How do I know I'm in Bergen? That's a good question, right? Which nobody has asked, but I'm going to ask it. And if I go to blue discussion, it's somewhere in here. Here it is. And I open this up. You can see here, it's a small image, but I'm here in Bergen on the left. So according to this, I'm kind of deployed in the town in some way. We have friendly units, however, screening. Remember those approaches? There's one approach here that I said they could take, another one here, and then they could come down and come over here. All of those are defended in some way by friendly forces, which means...
Okay, sorry for the delay.
No worries.
We're finally starting. So, you in command of half of your divisions in Bergen right now, and it's first sunrise. It's 8 a.m. in the morning, and 1 hour before sunrise there was a gunfire to the north and northeast from your current position. So you should think now if you want to move your troops to forward position in Skirl to the north, or maybe you want to help the Dutch to your east. So decision is on you.
Okay, now I have a commander who is my superior, right?
Yes,
And
it's
he's
Brun in Alkamaar.
okay, he's issued me no orders to move, so I am going to deploy these troops to defend my current position until I receive orders otherwise.
Yeah, you can do this.
Yes. Okay, I will take a screenshot of my pieces and lay it out for you, and away we go. But I have other forces somewhere, but I don't know where they are. Is that the case?
Yes, you in Bergen with half of your division, another half is in Skirl to the north and around the Skirl. Like it's like forward post. So you can move to them if you want.
Oh boy.
You can combine your division, or you can issue orders to them to come back to Bergen.
Oh gosh. Okay. Order them back to Bergen.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, thank you. Oh boy. What a dilemma, just right out of the opening gate. So we got a problem here. I don't know where my units are. Half of my force is apparently up here in Skorl. And I could go forward and meet them, which might be the better choice. The problem with doing that... Go ahead.
Do you want them to come back to Bergen, or you move to them with your rest of your division?
My order is for them to come back to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I could go up here. I think that would be an intelligent move. However, the problem is then I open my flank. And I could be attacked on the flank somewhere. Now, I don't know how they cross. I don't see any crossings. There's only a crossing here. Oh, I guess I had not recognized that. Oh, boy. Now I've broke the scenario. Yeah, I don't think they can cross up here anywhere. I didn't want to get flanked. You know, I didn't want to get up here and defend here only to have them flank in from the right. Because then I'm cut off and we lose everything. We lose the line. This line is important. This is what we're told to hold. Holding up here is not what my orders are necessarily. Apparently there are forces up there. Apparently they're mine, but I was not aware. Okay. Whew. This is what happens when you don't get a solid briefing. But again, I don't want to seem too critical. It's the first time for these guys. They're doing the best they can. If I had known that those forces up there were mine, I would have advanced to them. but I gave the order and I didn't want to just change the order. But I kind of do. Oh, gosh. I gave the order. Snafu, right? Hopefully, the Dutch can hold them for long enough that I can countermand the order and start moving that way. And then maybe we can kind of defend them in this area here. And so on. It's a good position for the defense, actually. It's narrow. They really can't flank too much. I could put artillery out here on the right side and kind of make it hard for them to come up and shoot at me from across the canal, especially with our superiority in artillery. It's pretty viable. So let's erase the red arrows. Now that I have better situational awareness, which I've put together just in the past few minutes, I can make better, more informed decisions. The problem is, it started the game with minimal situational awareness. I had assumed that the force up here was a friendly force under the command of someone else. So I've made a pretty serious error, but we'll address it. So that's a feature, not a bug of Kriegsspiel. It happens. So right away, let's get these other pieces up there. Here's the other pieces. I don't know how they are positioned at all. So we're just going to drop them up here to indicate their presence. Oh, man. Guess I should go make some coffee, right? Alrighty. Let's run down here now and get some coffee going while we wait. Turning to my desk, climbing the stairs. The coffee pot is on. Which, what's the purpose of fighting if there's no coffee, right? All right. Let's take a quick look at the YouTube here. See if there's any kind of comments or discussion going on. I'm supposed to have a little YouTube window here, right here. All right, looks like we got a few viewers. Welcome to everybody who's here. It does not seem to be showing me any comments. But hey, if you're here, feel free to say hello. And if wanted, if desired, also feel free to comment. And you can tell me what a big idiot, a big dummy I am for retreating from my forward position right at the start of the battle. The issue for me here is I just had no clue at what was going on up there. My assignment is to defend Bergen, from what I could interpret from the briefing. So having forces clear out there didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I have no command and control over them. And I don't want to be separated from my command. I have a responsibility to use all my forces to defend. And splitting up your command, it's just not something I like to do. I do not like it. I'm okay with putting scouts out and having detachments somewhere so that I get sort of advance warning of something that's happening. But I really, really hate having my command split up. Let's see here. Let's go to YouTube. And let's see here, YouTube. View the channel. And here we are. And let's see here. That's top chat. I want all chat. Come on, guys. There we go. Nope, no discussion in here from random guy. All right. And that's okay. I mean, people often just kind of put this on in the background because there's a lot of downtime. I try to talk and narrate and share my thoughts, whether they be good, bad, or ugly. You'll notice that good, bad, and ugly, there's only 1/3 are good, another third are bad, and another third are ugly. Like, hey, let's retreat from our forward position. But I like to kind of describe what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and that includes the mistakes. Because we have to understand when we look at historical figures that they're human too. And of course, they should have a full view of the situation. They should have a full proper briefing, which I did not get. But if your situational awareness...
Okay.
Okay, hey,
Okay.
go ahead.
You got a report from another half of your division in Skirl that there was a night attack on Skirl Dam to the east of them, like across the canal. And there is now Russian brigade here. And the Batavians troops that was in Skirl Dam, they've been pushed back to the south and southeast.
Okay, order them to form a defensive line and hold that line instead of withdraw. Hold their defensive line. If they can advance, because I don't know if there's enemy to their front or not. If there's enemy to their front, just hold.
There is only enemy to the east of them. There is no reports of enemy movement to the northwest of them.
Okay. Whoever's in charge of that formation, I want them to establish a defensive position. Our forces from Bergen will march north to meet them. But I don't want them to withdraw from the position now that I understand what's going on. I want them to... Yeah, we're going to move forward toward Skorl or whatever.
Okay, and in general, there was no new sound of gunfight on the cannon firing to the north and northeast, so it's now like calm now.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
I got yours.
I need to unite my forces, and I need to send at least a squadron of hussars to scout along the bank of the canal.
All right, we'll do it as well.
Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna do some scouting along here. This is my area of responsibility, so I definitely want to scout there. But I'm gonna move the bulk of my force north and establish a defensive line up here. I'm forward deployed for a reason. So I want to go ahead and resume that deployment and reinforce it and get all my units in one place, because then I have some command and control over them. Right now I don't. So as I was saying before the Empire popped in, if you lose your situational awareness for any reason, whether you're playing Kriegsspiel and you start out and you lack situational awareness, or you're in a real live battle, you're a historical figure, or you're actually in a real live battle and you lose your situational awareness, there's very little that you're going to be able to do that is to your advantage. You might get lucky. There might be a happy accident, but that's the best you can do. This is captured in some military language or sayings. For example, in the air, if you're engaged in air combat, there's a saying that goes, lose sight, lose the fight. So if you're in a dogfight with the enemy and you lose sight of the enemy who is trying to shoot you down, you're going to lose, because he is probably keeping his eyes on you and you're not keeping your eyes on him. And I apologize for the use of sexist language, which I just realized I'm using. But they, you're looking at them, they're looking at you. And if you lose sight of them, but they don't lose sight of you, the advantage lies with them. And if they are at least as good as you are, they should be able to develop that advantage into a victory. There are other sayings. Another one is, and this is just a saying in general, a captain who does not know to which port they are sailing, no wind is favorable. So if you are in a sailing ship and you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing or not blowing. It's not to your advantage. There's nothing favorable is going to come of it. You're probably going to end up going in the wrong direction. How many compass points are there? You can only pick one. What are the odds that you pick correctly? So like I said, there could be a happy accident. In plain English, losing situational awareness is also called ignorance. And ignorance just, maybe you're Chancey Gardner. I don't know. But aside from being there, Chancey Gardner, ignorance is just gonna win out every time over you. So you are no match, right? When you have ignorance, ignorance will beat you every time. So you don't want to be in that situation. You need to develop situational awareness. So how do you do that? The first way is to scout, and that's why I'm sending those hussars out. I just want some intel. I want some information. But I also need to get up here with my forces so that I can see the army. Napoleon once said, a general who cannot see an army with his own eyes cannot command it as it should be commanded. And that's very clearly true in this day and age. It's true, then and now. Today, of course, generals can sit back in a whole different area of operations. They can be in another theater even and view everything through drones and radio communications and so on. When we got bin Laden, halfway around the world, the president, the secretary of state, secretary of defense, all these guys are in Washington, D.C. in the middle of the day in a bunker, the situation room or wherever they were, halfway around the world. Now, they weren't actively commanding the operation. They were just monitoring it. But that's modern technology. But because we're doing Napoleonic, I've got to physically move my avatar piece, which is this piece here. It represents my position on the battlefield. That piece has to move up here so that the screenshots I get show me the area and any enemies that are in it. Once I can see that, I can do a much better job coordinating my defense and dealing with the enemy. So I've got to solve my own ignorance, and the way to do that is through scouting and through being present with the forces you command. If I cannot do that, or if it were for some reason impossible for me to do that, then the order for these units to retreat back to this position would be the better option, rather than to just leave them up there to their fate and me trying to command from back here. Better to pull back and have everything together so that I can mount a coordinated defense than to leave half of my force deployed forward where goodness knows what's going to happen. And I'm completely out of touch. So that's the logic. All right. Life lessons from Kriegsspiel, right? Why is that? Why am I tagged in that? Okay, because I'm getting a dispatch. I don't want to read that. I'm not supposed to read that now. So I'm not looking at it. I only saw that I was tagged, which is good. Go here. Oh, and here it is. Okay, I've just received a message saying I'm moving my units to Z Sherwold. I can't pronounce these words at all. I have very little knowledge of Dutch pronunciation. My second should be there and send out cavalry to scout attending orders. Don't know what attending orders means. One of the little issues we run into, it's not too common. We run these games in English, but not everybody here is a native English speaker. And so we get these phrases like attending orders, period. I don't know what that means. Attending orders. I can't quite decipher that. But that's okay. Again, that's a feature, not a bug. We are the International Kriegsspiel Society. We want people from all over, including even people who don't speak English at all. Everybody's welcome here. And we will try to accommodate everyone. And just as then, you would have multinational forces, and there could be a language barrier. There could be barriers to understanding or communication. Again, that's a feature, not a bug of these events. And again, I've complained about not having proper situational awareness at the beginning, which is the product of an insufficient briefing. You saw what the briefing looked like. It didn't look so detailed. I got no individual briefing. All I got was a map with some pieces laid out on it, and not even in position. So that could happen in real life too, though. And so again, that's a feature, not a bug. And it could be intentional on part of the umpire to leave us without that level of coordination or situational awareness. So that could be very much intentional because they want to put us in the situation where on the initial turn, we're spread out. We have poor command control and coordination. We have minimal situational awareness. And the Kriegsspiel problem then that we have to solve as a team is we have to kind of get together, solve that situational awareness problem, and then mount a successful defense. So that could be the problem that the umpires are throwing at us. So while I've been sitting here saying, well, hey, it would have been nice to have this briefing. Well, yeah, it would have been nice, but sometimes you don't get that in real life. Sometimes you're thrown to the wolves. What do you do then? And the solution, of course, isn't to give up, quit, run away, or cry. It's to fight back. It's to think through the situation. So the first problem is the problem of ignorance. We're going to solve that. We solve that by scouting and moving to the position where we're at. That solves the other problems with command, control, and coordination. And once we solve those problems, then we can better fulfill our task, which is to occupy Bergen and Schorl, and our purpose, which is to defend in depth from enemy attack. So that's what we're doing. I do need to send a dispatch to my commander-in-chief. The problem is, I don't know a whole lot. And I kind of screwed up. I ordered those units at the front to retreat, and now I'm telling everybody to countermarch while I'm rushing up from Bergen. And I kind of don't want to tell on myself. The live stream will do it, but my commander-in-chief, I have to watch the live stream to catch it. Anyway, it would be helpful for me to report that there's some kind of activity up there or whatever, but I really don't have a good grasp on what exactly is happening. I only know that there's the sound of artillery from the north and the northeast. It means somewhere out here, which is, out here or out here somewhere, things are happening. I don't even know whose guns they are. They could be ours. So that's unhelpful. So for me to send that back as a dispatch isn't going to communicate too much. I don't have an issue doing the work. I can totally send a dispatch in like 1 minute, but the sending of the dispatch could prove to be more confusing and unclear than to just sit patiently and wait. All right, so this is happening. In the meantime, I'm going to go get my coffee. Although my umpire is due back, I need to hurry. So I don't see a screenshot coming in yet. So run down and grab our coffee. Hopefully the umpire does not return. Coffee. I hope I didn't miss the umpire. Oh, Okay, let's take a look. No. Yes. Okay, I've got a dispatch. Shore
All right.
down. Okay.
Hello. You began the movement to the Skirl, and you now can see, and you got reports from your cavalry that the Dutch brigade is deployed south and southeast from the Skirl Dam. And you got a report from the brigade that it is in Skirl, that they forming up in Skirl and against the Russian troops in Skirl Dam, and they started exchange fire with their guns. But they still didn't assemble completely, so they still wait for the 2 more battalions that was guarding the northwestern side.
Okay. My orders to them are to hold, and we continue the march to join them.
All right. Okay. And cavalry still, you want them to move alongside the canal, yeah?
Yeah, I need scouting reports. Need to see what's going on.
Okay,
So,
got you.
okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so what you see me laying out here, folks, are my units. Apparently, what we have here, we have artillery at the very back of the train. Not where I would want them to be, but I guess I didn't specify. Let's see here. Looks like these are scaled a little bigger than what I have. I guess we can scale everything up a little bit to match. Near enough. All right. Yeah, I've got 2 artillery batteries here at the rear, and the reason they're at the rear is because I did not tell them to deploy them up front. But this is not good. Anytime you expect enemy contact, you want your artillery deployed at the front of the line, not the back of your line. Because if you need to send for it, how do you send for it? How do you get it up here? All right. So that's a problem. Son is awake and running around the house. You can hear him. Had to run downstairs and grab something again. Let's take a look. We did get another dispatch. But again, I don't think it was Shore Dam. Okay, so the enemy, these are Russian forces, so we're going to color them in green. Enemy is here in some way. They've taken this position here. Outskipple, where is that? And they've taken this position here. Okay, so given that, actually could use a thicker line so I could see that. Okay. So they're coming through here. I don't know if these are actually Russians. These are probably British, actually. Here on the right, which would be a red color. A nice red color. We're making an assumption there, but probably so. All right, so if that's the case, and we have Dutch running around here in the center. So let's grab some orange. Yeah, we don't know, but we believe we have Dutch out here somewhere. And here I am. Now, I have no orders to retreat from this forward position. Of course, I didn't have orders to go to it either, but I figure that the forward position is important because we're deployed there. Thank you, Captain Obvious. So, with that forward deployment, I want to kind of keep that and see what I can do. I don't think we'll be able to hold it, simply because it's a weak forward position to start with. The Russians already have the ball rolling, and our reinforcements are pretty far to the rear. Nonetheless, I'm going to try. I might get lucky. We might hold it. The Russians might be weak here. Anything could happen. So we're going to try to hold it as best we can. But if we can't, I'm not entirely unwilling to fall back. But if we can defend in depth, which is what I think I want to do, if we can defend in depth here, you know, have some successive lines, one line here, maybe another line here, another line, so on, kind of thing, then we can hopefully hold them back. So I do need to establish a fallback position. So let's do, this looks like a pretty decent position here. We got some kind of a road there or whatever. Let's do that. Let's make this a little transparent. I'm going to assume these are some kind of sand dunes or something else. You know, right here on the coast. Dunes complex or something. Okay, now I want to go forward probably on the right here. But then I also want to put infantry units out here. Yikes. Put a unit here for reserve. Put artillery here on the right. Put the supply here. And then these guys can do whatever they're going to do. I don't know where they'll be. But the intent is here. Now, I don't like having this long, thin line. I want to defend in depth. But I've only got so many blocks. So until I know a little more, this is going to be the general idea. And this should allow me to kind of get deployed and see what the enemy is doing. So let's go ahead and post this. All right, so that's the commander's intent. I've sent a screenshot. Bergen. All right. So that's the order. So I want the artillery here on the right because I think Russians are going to be running around here on the right. If they've taken Shoral Dam or whatever, they're going to be there in some number. And yeah, we just need to see how well we can defend here in Shoral. It's being called Shoral, but it's really one of these other names. But no worries. These fields here are polder. Again, I think they're virtually uncrossable. So not always do umpires take terrain properly into account. It is, in fact, a serious problem that sometimes umpires ignore terrain almost entirely. They get to a groove or a rut. However, I would imagine if you're choosing the Netherlands as the location of your fight, you're probably very aware of the nature of the ground and how hard it can be to pass through. So we're going to see. And if that's the case, well, an entire deployment down here, with the exception perhaps of the artillery, is just about meaningless. Because if they can't effectively move across these fields, the polder, if you will, then why are we defending where they can't move, you know? But again, I'm ignorant, so there's not really a good move for me. There's no good play. There's nothing I can do. But I do know that if I move everything up to this position in a column, and if this stuff gets knocked back, we could end up in a situation where we get rolled up. So the logic of forming a line back here is it works as a backstop. It's a reserve that the enemy can rally on if they do fall back. So if I get there and my units are in retreat, I've already got a line that's going up here that can stop that retreat, and they can hold there and rally behind the new forces. And then I'll have my unit together, even though I'm a little further back to the rear. So that's the idea. That's the insanity. Okay, we just got a screenshot. And the screenshot places me here. I don't know what these other units are. I think they are defending units up here. But apparently there is something here. And here. There's artillery here. And there's a hussar here. And a supply unit here. Alright, so these units are not visible to me. I've got dragoon and a hussar here. And that's it.
Uh, okay, you almost reached your forward positions. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, I want to keep moving up personally. My commander wants to keep moving up until I can see my position and I can see the enemy.
Yeah. Your cavalry already stopped because it's like reached artillery range from the Russians. And you got a report that there is just one Russian brigade in Skirmdam and another British like brigade, maybe more, reinforcing them from the north.
Okay.
Uh, and your troops that was in Skur and around the Skur almost completely assembled in the Skirm village.
Okay, yeah, I want to get everybody up there and I want to look at what's going on.
Okay, got you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I now have an expectation, folks, that we are going to have our forces together under my command and control shortly. Up here in this area, it looks like we did not lose the position, but that the Russians are attacking it. So we need to hold it. We need to identify a means of holding it. So apparently, I should do nothing because we've been holding it so far. Why do you want to tinker with what works? But I do need to look at it. There could even be an opportunity for a counterattack. I highly doubt it, but it's possible. You don't want to surrender before you got to the battle and tried fighting it. Let's take a look at the YouTube. All right. Random guy. Random guy says you're a big dummy for not retreating from Bergen to Alkamaar and then to Paris. We all know that retreating is the only way to win a war, literally ever, and that nothing ever matters. Right? Right? I'm inclined to agree. We might as well just throw in the towel, go back to Paris and have some coffee. Yeah, have some food, have something to eat. What's the big deal? All right. Why die for Danzig, huh?
Hello, Marshall.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I've just connected to see how, hear how the battle's going because I'm a spectator.
Okay, wonderful. Well, all I can say is I'm not sure how it's going because I can only see in my own little area. And we're trying to hold a position against what looks like or what may be a developing attack. The enemy could be putting more forces into it. But I'm arriving with reinforcements and I'm going to get eyes on the situation on the next turn, hopefully. And once I see what's going on, I can make a decision whether to hold, to retreat, or maybe even to counterattack. So, right now, though, I don't know a whole lot because I can't see much. So,
Hey, which one is your channel? Just asking.
blue 4.
Blue, blue four.
Yes,
Uh,
blue 4.
let's see if I can. For some reason, I can't see some channels. So,
Mm. Yeah, you probably don't have the permissions to see it.
and I'm a lead umpire, so it's just not recommended to me by default. Yeah, I just saw it.
Check your rolls. Yeah, you should see it.
You really can't see anything. Okay, have a good game.
All right, good luck. All right, I elevated his permission a little, so he may be able to see a little more. But yeah, there are a couple channels in our server that are kind of tricky, and for whatever reason, people have a hard time seeing them, even when they have the permission to see it, and they should. Probably some little bug or something in Discord, who knows? But we can generally work around it when that happens. So, in any case, a spectator is cool, but not important to the game itself. That's why I live stream, so everybody can kind of see and follow what's going on. And I like to talk and give a little story and explain what we're doing here, why we're doing it, and how it's happening. So, but really, it's not going to be until the next turn that we see what's happening here. Random guy mentions that I gave these units up here orders to hold, but I did not tell them that I was going to reinforce them. And I suppose that's a good point. I certainly wasn't explicit, even though in my mind that's my intention. I would imagine in real life it's probably pretty important to let people know that they need to hold and that they're going to be reinforced, or maybe they're not going to be reinforced. Either way, telling somebody the degree or the intensity of expected execution of a task can be useful to them to making a decision on their own, because if they're out there at the end of a long tether, they have to decide, do we hold, and how long do we hold? Do we hold to the last man? Do we hold until the position is no longer defendable? You know, at what point do you withdraw, or, you know, are we the sacrificial defensive unit where we're trying to buy time? As a commander, you want to convey to your subordinates what you're up to, or what you're thinking, what your expectations are, so they can fulfill them. One of the problems that you get into when you have a commander is you sometimes have a situation where you're out there at the end of a long tether and your commander is not readily accessible, and a situation develops and you see an opportunity, and that opportunity might be to attack and bloody the enemy nose, if you will. It could be to retreat. It could be anything. Famous example: Dan Sickles at Gettysburg, right? Advances forward. Saw some better ground. Said, "Hey, I want this ground. It's easier to defend." Moves forward, and of course, it was a tactical blunder. It ultimately worked out, but only because he was reinforced by the bulk of at least an entire corps or something. All these troops are sent in to save his position and save him. And when should you exercise flexibility? You should never really break your orders, right, or go against orders, but sometimes a situation will arise where you on the front have better situational awareness than your commander at the rear has, and you have to make a decision. So the way to resolve that is you need to understand the commander's intent and operate within the commander's intent. Never, ever go outside the commander's intent. You can have some wiggle room on the orders as long as you understand the commander's intent. So if the commander's intent is to hold a position and you decide, hey, I'm going to kind of bend or break the orders a little and I'm going to push over here or move something over here, as long as what you're doing is consistent with the commander's intent, you have a defense at your court-martial. But if it's not even consistent with the commander's intent, you've really got no business doing it. You might think, oh, we could win the whole war. And you'd probably be wrong. And be in a lot of trouble. All right, we got another screenshot. So I'll flash it up here real quick just so people can kind of see. Looks like we have a pretty good line here. And we've been kicking the snot out of the Russians a little here. They've taken some hits on these units. Looks like they have a small battery here.
Hello. You climbed on the roof of the one building in Skull, and you can now see entire forward positions of your divisions and the enemy on the other side of the river. And artillery that under your command is firing on the Russians right now.
Okay, well, that's very brave of me because I don't like heights. But yeah, let's. I'm gonna try to redeploy some of these forces, but for right now, we're not gonna do anything different. We're gonna hold.
Okay, and you're still waiting for the rest of your infantry and artillery from reserve that was in Bergen.
Yeah, I want artillery to deploy on the right side of my line where the cavalry is now, and then the infantry is to deploy behind me in a second line. They're to wait in reserve.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Any orders for cavalry?
My what?
Cavalry.
Oh, my cavalry, they can move off to the flank, to the right and the left flanks. The cavalry belongs in the flank and the rear. They don't belong up front on the line.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I don't expect hussars to hold a line. Okay, now it looks like these pieces are actually, okay, you know what it is they are further over. We're defending here. And that's about right. Okay, so now my command avatar is here. And then we have some infantry here. So yeah, we got this big line of infantry, which is fine, but that's not actually how you defend. You want to defend in depth. So it's okay that we have this nice little line established here, but it's also kind of hard for me to give clear orders what I want everything to do when I still can't see a lot of stuff. So we've got units back here, and apparently, oh, whatever this is over here. So I've got all this stuff still out of pocket. So I'm just going to stack everything up right here. All right. So I've got a bunch of units that are kind of out of the picture. Now on the other side of the river, we've got some Russian stuff. We got some Russians. So let's pull up some Russian units. And I actually think I see some British as well. Just a little bit of British. There is a British battery that is booming away up here. Somewhere like that, more or less. Okay, and then we've got Russian stuff. We got Russian supply train, which is here for some reason. Looks like they came down that road and then ran into us. And then we got some Russian infantry. Boom there, and we're going to pull this out here. Copy. All right. So let's take a look at this artillery. Let's see if it has states. It does not. All right. Well, he's got some artillery around here, but it's weak. It's only like a couple guns or something. It's not even a full artillery battery. He's got some infantry here. He's got some infantry here that's been taking some hits, and he's got some more infantry over here. And strangely, they're kind of facing to the south. So, more or less, this is what I see, with enemy numbers being reduced in some way. So, this is the crossing point right here. They can't get across through here. They cannot cross. And if I bring more artillery up, I think I can hold that for quite a while. Then I do have cavalry, but we're not going to use them right now. I don't like this ground, and I don't know what the umpires are ruling about this ground. But it looks like the cavalry can apparently run around all over. But I'm not sure if that's actually what's happening. I don't know what September is like in the Netherlands, weather-wise. It could be a dry time, but it could also be very wet. I just don't know. Usually the fall tends to be cool and dry, as far as I understand it, in speaking in broad generalities. Where I live, at the central coast of California, the fall is cool and dry. Of course, it's cool year-round right here on the beach. But it's dry also most of the year. We get our rain at the end of November. We just started getting rain, because today in real time is November 30th. And then we'll get rain up to about March, and then it'll be dry the rest of the year here. But the Netherlands is a very, very different place. So I cannot be sure. Okay, I just got another screenshot. And again, it looks like we're holding. There are quite a few British units back here now. All right, so let's update. And then we can start working with whatever we got here. Man, I really do wish we had our artillery up there. so most of this updates the other guys. Actually, it's, yeah, they've got a line. They've got a column of infantry here on this road. It's like 5 or 6 of them. Oh, I got green. I don't need green. I need red. Looks like they have 6 infantry here. Where's the red infantry? Well, they're not there. Huh. Okay, well, let's... Ooh, I did not want to spawn all of them, but... Oh, I don't want to crash it, but let's see what happens here. Well, probably going to crash it. For now, we're going to draw a big red line. Okay. All right, so this is jammed at 77%. I broke it. I think. Trying to get those red infantry pieces in. I made perfect the enemy of the good. Man, do I do anything right? I don't know. We're at 77. Weren't we at 74? Or have we always been at 77? I don't know. Maybe it'll still load in. Last time this happened, it just got stuck. In any case, let's think about how we're going to play this. My artillery's not up, but I want my artillery here on the right. Okay, so I want artillery out here. Okay, and it's about time for me to send a dispatch now. So let's go ahead and write one. Okay, and then let's go ahead and put my position is Schorl and ooh, I cannot read that. BU We'll take a guess. All right, time All right, dispatch is out. And I basically said this: we are holding the enemy. British and Russian forces in great number are present on the east bank of the canal in Dam. They occupy that town and are moving south. We continue to hold. So that dispatch will let him know what's going on. It's the first time I've been able to send a truly intelligible and worthwhile dispatch. All right, and they continue to move south. Okay, so I just got another screenshot, and in this screenshot, the British are gone. The British have moved south from here, and it looks like they've gone into some kind of a deployment position. So let's take a look and see what's going on down there. They're here, and it is possible that they could be trying to flank. Maybe they've figured out how or where they can cross. So the solution to this is to send cavalry down there to start. I need to send cavalry down. I need to get a report back. I can also try blasting through here and pushing. I can push, and if I push and get through to the British rear area, that does two things. It actually holds this, at least to start, until I start getting crazy and move away from here. And it allows me to come in on the British flank there, on their rear. But I do need to make sure that they are not not able to cross in this area here. Because if they're able to cross, then we're in some trouble. Because they're getting behind us. And they can get behind us, and then they can go south.
Okay, your artillery stopped fire to clear the smokes, and you now can see that some of the British troops are moving around the Russians and keep going south. Yeah, and your cavalry giving same report that British moving south from Skuldam.
Okay, I want my dragoons to screen the British and report back on the British movement. I want to make sure the British are not about to cross anywhere.
Okay,
Otherwise, I want artillery to fire on the Russians, and I want infantry to stack up into assault columns, and I want them to push across the bridge into Dam and turn south. We're going to attack.
across the bridge.
Yes, across the bridge.
And you also...
artillery will support them. So the artillery
Okay.
should, yeah, they're not just going to run blindly into enemy fire. The artillery will soften the enemy and support them. But we are going to attack.
And you also can see that your commander Brun is moving towards you. He's like in the rear of reinforcements.
Okay, well, continue the attack. Make the attack.
Okay. I will come back next turn.
Thank you. All right, so it looks like my boss is coming my direction. My orders, though, are to attack. We're going to attack through here. That ought to give him a scare, if nothing else. Let's go back to YouTube now and see what's going on. No other comments. We do have a number of viewers, though. Looks like our viewers have increased. Take a look here. 5 concurrent viewers. We were at 7 a little bit ago. Go ahead and comment, folks, if you want. Ask questions, criticize, give your opinion, say whatever you please. You don't have to. It just makes it more interesting when you do. But it's up to you. How do you like how this is just stuck at 77%? There's no way I can do anything about that other than relaunch the table, you know. Oh well. I'm not going to have any British infantry blocks. I could have swore I had them. Could have swore I had one. I wonder if it's under here somewhere. Yeah, sometimes they get under the little map here. I do not see one anywhere. Yeah. So no, I didn't spawn it in or didn't duplicate it. All right. John Michael Burlingame says, "Hi, Marshall. Keep up the great work." Well, thank you. I always encourage people to be brutally honest with me. I can take a compliment. So thank you. Random Guy says, "I'm still here. I guess as a question, how many other players are on your side?" Well, we can actually take a look and answer that. Here's my Discord server. And I've got 1, 2, myself is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Loritz, I believe, is an umpire. So 7 players. And on the other side, they've got more. And I don't want to spend a lot of time going through that because I really shouldn't be paying attention to what the other side is doing. On Discord, that's metagaming, and we don't want to do that. Not really cheating, but it could be seen as a light form of cheating, and it's not what I want to do. So we're going to ignore all that. But yeah, 7 looks like the answer on my side. Maybe there's about 10 or 12 on the other. I don't know. That means they probably have more commands or more layers of command. But it does not matter. We're going to attack. We're going to push right on through. Let's see here. Maria's Megger says, "Wouldn't assault formation be sensible to enemy cannon fire, or are you attacking in line?" And you're correct. Yes, we would be vulnerable to artillery, but the enemy is weak on artillery. They've got only like 1 or 2 guns, if anything, defending. And we do not have the best troops. Our troops are poor in quality because this is 1799. These are not quite under Napoleon. This is not the Grand Army. And when you have poor quality troops, you just kind of want to bunch them up and throw them at the enemy if you're going to attack. We're also attacking across the bridge, which is a very narrow front. You're not going to get a whole line there. So the way I've chosen to solve that problem is to ensure that there's artillery support, because anytime you make an attack, you need to support it. The idea of just, hey, have everybody charge in is absolutely ridiculous. So the goal right now is to take the bridge, get across into Shoral Dam. Then I can get cavalry out there to kind of screen and defend, and then start pumping troops into the enemy's position, their rear area, and then begin striking to the south to threaten the British with some kind of encirclement or outflanking or whatever. At the end of the day, if I can endanger the enemy plan, or at least frustrate the enemy plan, then they'll have no choice but to withdraw or pull away. So John Michael Burlingame asks, "What is your command's mission again?" So our mission is to defend. It is to defend the line in particular of Bergen on over to Kodak or whatever, and Paneras, St. Paneras, and ultimately Alkamaar. But we are tasked with defending a line that kind of goes around like this. We have to defend here. And if we defend this container, this box perhaps, then we defend Alkamaar, which is our primary purpose. And we had troops forward deployed up here. Now, you may ask, well, if your mission is to attack, or I'm sorry, if your mission is to defend, why are you attacking? And it's really a spoiling attack. The goal here is to frustrate the British assault on the center, because this is where they're really coming. They're coming down here and here in some number. If I can frustrate this attack or keep the enemy from sending in at least half of their forces here on this side into the attack, then that makes it much easier for my comrades down here to defend this position here. And in which case, we accomplish the mission. So I don't think a small counterattack or a spoiling attack exceeds my brief or goes against the commander's intent, which is to defend. Now, if I were to say, okay, boys, we're through here, let's go all the way to Moscow, let's go to London, then yeah, that would be exceeding the attack, my brief. You know, that would be really bad for me to try that. That would not be my commander's intent. But that's not what I'm doing. So what I'm doing is I'm coming across with the intention, if possible, of even turning south or turning this way into the enemy flank. And again, the idea is to get the guys in red and green to turn around. If I can get them to, you know, do this sort of an action and turn around, they're not doing this, which is what they're supposed to be doing. And that's a win for us. And I also assume we have units down here, so if they do this, and we're coming in like that, and we're coming in like that, we're going to make a redcoat sandwich out of those Russians and British soldiers. And again, not a happy day for them. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, Megar says, I see 8 guns on the enemy side, 1 green battery and 1 red battery. The pieces that you see here are approximations. So what I have been shown in my screenshot is that they're actually reduced. So if we come here, this here is a reduced battery or a half battery. So you see here, I have a full battery of horse artillery here and a half battery. So my pieces don't correlate exactly to what's happening out here. And it's actually to our favor. So what the enemy actually has versus what I am showing on the screen is they actually have less than what's there. So I think I should be in good shape. So look, we're going to try the attack, and if the attack falters or fails, or if my boss arrives here and says, what are you doing? Pull back here, don't do this. Then yeah, we can call off the attack, we can retreat, we can do something else. But for right now, I think this is the best way to defend, is to attack. You know, we're not a patient etherized upon a table waiting for surgery. It's not our job to stand here and wait for the enemy. You know, as I like to tell people, the enemy gets a say. So when you have a plan and you start to enact your plan, the enemy has a say in what happens. And that means they can counterattack and frustrate your plan and do whatever. And that's what we're doing. We're exercising our right to have a say in what the attackers are doing here. And in fact, we do something like this. We get in their decision calculus. We get in what's called their OODA loop. You know, observe, orient, decide, act. And if we get in that loop, their calculus, if we frustrate their plan, now we take the initiative from them. We become the attacker. and they have to react to us. So that's what we want to do.
Okay, guys, you now co-located. Van Damme, two of your battalions, the most elite one, most experienced, made the assault cone and preparing to attack the bridge. But there is now two half batteries, one of Russian and one of the British ones firing at you right now. And your artillery started firing as well. And Brion, you just arrived here. You can now be discussing situation.
Okay,
Thank you.
put one of my batteries on counter battery fire. Continue the attack.
Okay.
All right. Greetings, sir.
How you doing? I just received your dispatch before coming here.
Yeah, well, for a long time I had no idea what the heck was even going on.
Yeah, neither did I.
But as soon as I had a clue, I sent you a dispatch. It just took a while to get that clue. But
Yeah.
now that I've got the Scooby, I'm good to go. So, enemy forces to my front are weak, but they hold a bottleneck, but I think they're weak. We have them outgunned, we have them outnumbered, and I think we have an opportunity to push through. So I'm going to attempt to force the bridge. If we can get across there and take Shoral Dam, we could end up in the British rear quarter and force the British to react to us, which means they're not going to be driving south on the main objective. So it's a spoiling attack. That's the idea. Unless you want me to do something different.
No, this is actually what I really hoped what was gonna happen. I just came here to check if the enemy was threatening your left, to deny you doing that. But if they're not, then I would say keep doing as you're doing. That's exactly kind of what I hoped would happen. In the east, it's going a bit worse. On the far east, we have fallen back to Langendijk, Broek of
Okay.
Langendijk.
Yeah.
I have committed half of the reserve there. The other half is on the east side of the river near Alkmaar, still in reserve. Yeah, I was hoping you could just keep some of them tied up here, and if possible, force the crossing and conduct like some sort of sporting attack. So it's going pretty much exactly as hoped at the moment. That's great.
All right. Well, then you have to consider the grim possibility you are terribly mistaken, because any time anyone agrees with me, they're probably wrong.
We'll see about that, I guess.
That said, the British are moving down along the Holland Canal on the West Bank. They're moving down in a big force. So do you have defenders like down in Kodik or anywhere down there? Yeah? Okay.
We have almost an entire division. What the state is of that division, I'm not sure. We have almost an entire division at Kudijk, with reserve still to their south, which can also commit to that location if they go into heavy attack.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, be ready. So if this attack does not succeed, do you want me to continue to try, or what do you want me to do? I think I can punch through. It might take more than one attempt. But what do you want me to do if I'm not successful after this first or second attempt? What do you think? You want me to just keep trying?
What I'm thinking is even if this assault fails, I would say keep at least a contingent here just to make the enemy think that you might try again. So they keep forces tied up, and then at your own discretion, send some forces back to Bergen so that they can, in the future, if necessary, cross over east to Kudijk if Kudijk takes a lot of pressure.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best idea, but you will probably have a bit higher essay on what's going on than me, because my picture is also pretty damn small. Yeah, I think that's the rough course of action we should take, but I'm not completely sure. I'll go back to Kudijk to see how it's going there next, to see what that status is like,
Okay.
and then we'll see from there.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. Okay, I'm happy that our thoughts agree, and hopefully this works. If we do punch through them, they should be in some trouble.
Yeah.
I don't think they were planning on us coming through.
Yeah, I don't think they were planning for you to advance the whole of your division north. That was a good call.
Okay, guys, do you have any new orders? Or everything remained the same?
Yeah,
For me,
attack.
I intend to. Oh, sorry. For me, I intend to ride back to Kudijk, where Dando's division is located.
Okay.
That's it for me.
All right,
Okay.
good luck, sir.
Same to you. God
Thank
go
you.
with us.
Thank you. Amen. All right. All right, yeah, let's attack.
Do it. Let's see how it goes.
All righty. Alia Iacta S. The die is cast. That's all we can do is try.
I guess so.
All right, so let's see here. Maria's Megger says, okay, I was looking to the other screen. Okay, no problem. All right. All right, so what do you folks out there in the YouTube land think? Do you agree with our plan here, or do you think this is all folly? Are we making a big epic blunder now that you have an overview of the situation? Let me actually continue updating the map so everyone can kind of see. We'll continue to use red for the bad guys. There's no way we're the bad guys. All right, there we are. And let's see here. So here is, make it a little bigger there. See, here's the enemy. The enemy's coming this way. And they're coming this way. And the Russians are trying to hold this position here, and I think we're going to break through. And my commander used a word that I like to hear often, and that is reserves, meaning we have them. And now, why? Having reserves is an important heuristic for determining what you should do next or how you think you're doing. You know, everybody thinks they're doing well. They think they're winning until they're not. And the thing is, actually, I'm going to use an R instead of a question mark because we know that we have them. All right, so if you want to assess how you're doing in a battle, it's impossible to know what the enemy has and what the enemy's doing. But if you have reserves, chances are you're still doing okay. If you have no reserves, if you've committed all your reserves, chances are you are losing the battle, and you need to think about your exit strategy. You need to think about, what do I do next, because I ain't got no reserves, which means I can't respond to enemy activities. I can't take advantage of opportunities hardly. There are exceptions to that, but generally speaking, that's going to be the case. If you've got no reserves, you're fighting now with one hand behind your back. You're fully committed. You're locked in. And that's not a good situation to be in. But as long as you have reserves, whether on the attack or the defense, chances are you're doing okay. You're at least doing, like I said, okay. You're at least holding your own. And ideally, if you're moving forward, you're winning. You're attacking and you're winning. You can't win by defending usually. Usually you have to attack to ultimately win. So reserves are an important heuristic. And a heuristic, just because I'm using this fancy word, it's just a quick little decision rule that you can use to kind of like a rule of thumb to determine how things are going or what you should do next or so on. So that's it. You want to look at reserves. So my commander mentioned reserves, and that means that we should be in good shape. We should be winning the defense. Another thing that I like is that the enemy is coming down into a funnel. Notice that the funnel here, coming down into this funnel, which means that for us, our defense in depth, if we are defending in depth, is going to help. It's really going to blunt and dull the enemy attack. So that's why it's important to defend in depth. A lot of times players, especially in the IKS, the International Kriegsspiel Society, people have this obsession with what we call the longest line. And they want to put everything out in a big long line. And they think that's going to hold. And the problem with the longest line is it will usually be a thin line. and a concentrated attack that's supported with artillery and followed up by cavalry, if it breaks through, that whole line is now lost. Because the enemy then just turns one way or the other and they start rolling it right up. So you don't want a big long line. What you want is you want depth. You just have to choose where to put that depth, and usually it's going to be along a road or something. You know, you do have to have a line, but the line doesn't have to be this big long string that goes over hill and dale, if you will, when the fact is the enemy attack is going to be narrow and focused at a particular point. So you need to think about that, because the enemy isn't going to attack the whole line unless they're silly like you are. In which case, congratulations, you'll probably win. All right, we got another 930 screenshot. Let's throw that on the screen. No, this is the same one. All right. Yeah, they don't have a lot of artillery. We do have them outgunned. I don't know where my other artillery guns went or ended up. I've got 2 more full batteries that I don't even see in the screenshot that I've twice ordered to come up and deploy on the right. They haven't done it.
Not the horse artillery, right? Just your normal batteries.
Yeah, I don't know
I
where
saw
they are.
them on the way to you. I saw them at Act Dorp, I think. Act Dorp, AAGE Dorp, marching northwest.
And so they're on the move.
They are on the move, yeah, from what I could see.
Huh. And maybe they're coming right through the mud instead of using a proper road. I don't know. But yeah, I want them up here. Oh, we got an update on the attack. So it looks like the attack has gone in. Does not look like it's broken through, but it also doesn't look like it's stopped. It looks like maybe they've got across the bridge. I don't know. But we're going to push. I should have some cavalry up there to exploit any breakthrough, but for right now, we're just going to push. I'll ask about artillery and I'll ask about cavalry in a minute. Wait for the umpire to get in. Okay, my commander has been bounced out to another channel. So he's departed to the south. Oh, look at this. This little bullet. That little token there means they're low on ammo. Not out, but low. When you see that. That's not something I should be seeing, but sometimes the umpires just, they don't have time to mess with it. It doesn't matter, though. We're going to continue pushing through. We do see that the block is small. So what that tells us also is that it's worn down in size. And that is something you would kind of see. There's fewer troops. You can look at certain things to know, for example, should I attack or at what point should I attack? And for me, in this case, the calculus was here is a block which is small. Right here, they're small, which means I can probably push through. What do the small blocks represent? If you're on the battlefield and you're looking at an enemy line and you see that the line is wavering or moving, or maybe you can see through your spyglass that the rifles or the muskets that the men are carrying on their shoulder are not lined up in neat columns and rows. Maybe you see them waving around or moving. That tells you that they're not really, their cohesion level is low. And they're sorting themselves, or they're confused, or they're moving around, but they're doing something other than being absolutely positively ready to receive an attack. And that suggests to you that, hey, maybe this is a place or an opportunity to attack. So little things like that, those little clues, are something that you look for, and they come through here on the Kriegsspiel board in that form. You see the yellow stars or whatever, the little yellow explosion markers on the pieces. That represents units that have taken some losses or whatever. Not enough losses to reduce the size of the block, but they've taken some hits, they've taken some fire. So when you see those things, those little markers simply substitute for that other form of knowledge that you would just kind of have a sense of it without being too explicit, you know. So that's what those things convey. You would have access to that information in real life on the field if you're watching what's happening. Okay, so wait for the umpire to come in. He should pop in any second now. Man, if I had that artillery.
Okay,
Hello.
it was a bloody turn. Your artillery made some damage against the enemy, but musket fire wasn't effective. But so was the enemy fire, so you were able to cross the river and destroy enemy artillery here. It was single gun, and there is now bloody melee fight across the bridge.
Okay, continue to push. Where are my other two artillery batteries that were supposed to be up here firing and they're playing in the back?
It's took them a while because there is a bad terrain, but they will start firing this turn.
Okay, yeah, I want all my guns up here firing. Send a lieutenant to yell at them or something. I don't know. In the meantime, I want some cavalry. Do I have one or two units of cavalry around?
Yes, you have 2 squadrons on each flank.
Okay, bring one squadron from each flank up here, and as soon as the infantry punches through the artillery, or not the artillery, as soon as the infantry makes a hole, the cavalry is to ride through and attack. So I want the cavalry stacked up and ready behind the infantry to bust through and start destroying the enemy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, big attack here.
Gotcha.
Thank you. All right, yeah, we want to develop the attack now. It looks like we are across the bridge. So from here, we should be able to kind of expand the attack. And if we're able to do that, then we start putting a lot of pressure on the enemy and we'll break through. So that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do here. So far, so good. So let's clean up our screen here. And we've got a bunch of British units here, and I don't have the pieces for them. Oh my goodness. I could pull in a green infantry block here. Looks like we captured a gun, and you'll note that he said it was only one gun. So that sort of stuff, right? But again, we've got British and stuff here, but we are pushing through. So given that, and we're pushing through with our experienced forces here. We'll put these here, and then we've got a couple more right here. That's what the red means for me, is that these are my veteran troops. And then I should have more artillery up here. Oh, why did the chat disconnect? It said the chat disconnected, then it said it's reconnecting. I hope I didn't lose any chat. The last thing I see is, okay, I was looking to the other screen from Maria's Megger. So yeah, if you're chatting and I've ignored your chats, I apologize. But it looks like, according to OBS, we had just a little hiccup there. But here we are. Okay, we should be connected now. All right, yeah, we're waiting on that artillery. That artillery should already be up. But yeah, what I want now is I want cavalry to punch through into the open territory beyond. And if we can do that, then we'll have achieved a breakthrough. So cavalry here, now these are light cavalry, but they should be sufficient for the job. But cavalry are the arm of decision. You don't want to commit them until somewhere towards the end of the battle, when you think you're capable of breaking through and destroying the enemy. You use them to deliver, you know, what you call the coup de grace, you know, the final blow that will destroy the enemy and cause the enemy to, you know, stop. Stop resisting. So that's what we're trying to do here. But you've got to have cavalry up there. You don't just want to make a hole and then stand there and look at the pretty hole you made. I mean, that sure is a pretty cool hole. Good job. Congratulations breaking through the enemy line. Look, there's no more enemy there. That's a nice hole you've made. You know, but that is not why you're making the hole. You're not making the hole to admire your handiwork. That doesn't win a battle. You've got to push through with additional forces so that they can then outflank the enemy, threaten the enemy rear, tear up their supply train, make their life miserable, force them to actually react. If all you do is make a hole and stare at it, maybe you can have a portrait painter come and paint a picture of the hole. Modern day, I guess you could take a picture, just get your phone out, right? Absolutely gorgeous. Nice hole in the enemy defense there. But you don't want to just stand there. So yes, you have to be ready to follow it up. So, man, am I getting hungry. We'll see how much longer this game goes. Typically, a Kriegsspiel game can go 5 to 6 hours on average, but they can be short. It just depends on everything else that's going on. I think 12 to 14 turns is pretty average for a game. Sometimes you can get as many as like 21 turns if it's really moving fast. Some games you only get like 9 maybe. But on average, 12 turns or so is what you will see in the average game, with about 15 minutes between updates and turns. And that's a rough average. We do try to work very hard to move turns along faster. That 15 minutes between turns seems to be pretty typical. 20 minutes between turns is kind of still acceptable. 30 minutes between turns is really pushing the boundary of unacceptableness. Anything more than 30 minutes between turns is pretty much unacceptable in a game. However, you will get those turns even in the most well-run games where you're waiting for 20 or 30 minutes for an update. And that's usually because there's a couple of times that happens, but the big time is really when enemy contact is made for the first time, because a flurry of dispatches start going out, which means umpires have to start moving mail in addition to moving pieces and all of that. And they're giving longer reports, and players are going to have questions. You know, what do I see? How many are there? What color are the uniforms? What side are they, etc. So usually those turns right after first contact for a turn or two, or when units are moving into position of fight, are when you're going to get those delays, because the players are going to have a lot of questions. You're going to have to describe everything to them. And then there's going to be a flurry of dispatches. And then there's a flurry of order changes because now we know where the enemy is. Now we want to tailor our attack or our defense to this new information. So that's what makes those turns take longer. And it does not reflect poorly on the umpires. It's just there is a certain volume of work that has to be done, and it takes time to work through it. So as players, you have to understand that and allow it. But generally speaking, 15-minute turns is pretty typical. If you can get a turn down to 10 minutes, that's phenomenal. That's really, really good. And for our grand game, Grand Jena Austadt, which we're playing on January 25th of 2025, it's just a little under 2 months away now. We're using a system that I developed for the purpose of speed, and I've been training the umpires almost every weekend on how to run the system and how to resolve everything and do so very quickly. So there are things that you can do, and we're going to try very hard with a very large game. Probably we're going to see over 60 players in it. We're going to try very hard to move turns along as close to 10 minutes as we can get them. So it's pretty ambitious, but I think it's doable. Ooh, I am hungry and sleepy now. Now it's time for a nap. I had a late night last night, so. Went to the little town of Cambria, California, to see a Christmas light thing. It was kind of cool. This was super cool. Holidays can get really stressful, though, I tell you. Ooh, let's go back here. We rotated the camera. There we are. Let's see if we can dial in this so you can see it just about right. We're still loading in at 77%. Yeah, I got hung up. I bet you there's a quick and easy way to kind of like mess with that, right? But I don't know what it is. But the purpose there was just to get British blocks in. But we don't need them. All right, we're waiting for that 10 a.m. report. All right. There could be a lot of action on this turn. The forces kind of running into each other down there around Kodik and Brock up Lengjik. I can't pronounce it. Okay, we just got some updates here. Let's take a look. Does not look good. Does not look good. Looks like a lot of our stuff got repulsed. We've got a couple units here that got shattered and repulsed. I didn't even know they were in on the attack. And we are pushing still. We might have to call it off. I don't know what the enemy situation is. It looks a little ugly, so let's wait for the report though. Heck, the whole thing is in the shape of a skull, kind of. That's not good. When your screenshot is in the outline of the shape of a skull. All right. So we're getting pushed back here. So now we have to determine if we continue the attack or if we call it off. And we're in a dilemma where we have sunk cost here. We've obviously sustained some pretty heavy casualties. If we break through, we should be in a good situation. 3 of my units look like they're in really bad shape, but it's only 3 out of a bunch that I have. Although that's still a significant number. I could use some of the calculus that we talked about earlier, right? What do you have in reserve? Do you have reserves? And the problem is I can't see a lot because my screenshot is small and in the shape of a skull. I can't see what I have ready and able. I can't even see now what the enemy looks like on the other side of the canal because of all the smoke. That's why the screenshot is shaped the way that it's shaped, because of all the smoke. So I can sit here and assume that the enemy has stacks and stacks of forces. Or I can sit here and think, well, maybe they're just about spent and this is all they can do and we're about to punch through. What's going to be really important is the verbal report that I get from the umpire. Because the umpire is going to tell me or give me some clue from his speech and his word choice how we're doing. But we'll see. My perspective is limited. And this is where defense in depth comes into play. Because if the enemy is defending in depth, I'm probably not going to punch through. But if the enemy is trying to defend in a big line, I should punch through. I don't see my other artillery, and I don't see the cavalry. Not that they can do much at the moment. The units that are broken will need to be rallied. So we need to choose a location for them to rally and defend. So we'll work on that too. I think right back here will do. Anywhere in here should be fine. What's important is that the units stop. All right.
Okay, Van Dam, it's a bloodbath around the bridge. Your two battalions that was fighting, infantry battalions, have been routed, but they already replaced. And the first battalion that was across the bridge routed too, but they did some damage. And now there is another battalion across the bridge fighting here in melee. And it seems like your artillery routed some Russian infantry on the flanks, but they now need to move closer because they are out of range.
Okay. So,
But
go ahead.
and the visibility is very low. It's almost impossible to see anything.
Yeah. Speaking of that, can you take a look at the screenshot that you sent me, please, real quick?
Yeah.
Why is it in the shape of a skull?
Because of the blue buff.
When your screenshot is in the shape of a skull,
Yes.
I wonder if the
Well-
umpires are telling you something.
I don't know.
Thought you might
Okay,
get a
so-
good laugh out of it.
Okay, so what's your orders for this turn?
Continue the attack. The artillery is to move closer. The units which
Alright.
are routed are to rally in. What's the name of this town? Bertha.
Skirm.
Okay, yeah, they are to rally back there. I want them to hold, I want them to stop, and I want them to rally. But otherwise, we continue the attack. Keep up the pressure. We want to.
Okay.
We want to push through. Push.
Alright, got you.
Thank you. All right. We've got reserves, and we don't know what the enemy has, but we're certainly tying them up, which is part of our orders. And I mean, maybe we will push through. So let's see. So we'll go one more round. We'll go one more round, right? If Mike Tyson can go one more round with Jake Paul, so can we. So we're going one more round. At a certain point, though, you got to call it, right? You got to quit. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run, right? And when do you do that? Now, again, I think the status of your reserves is an important consideration. I have to keep in mind this is an optional attack. I can also flip the tables on the enemy. If I call off the attack and pull back, they will be tempted to try to counterattack across, and they could end up counterattacking into a trap that I lay for them. So what I probably want to do is establish a line in the next 30 minutes that basically creates a kill zone. So if they try to come across that bridge, they're going to walk into basically a pretty strong, well-defended position where I can fire on them from multiple directions. And that's a big deal. That's what I want. But we're going to give it one more try. We're going to give it one more try to push through before we call it off. Because wouldn't it be awful if we were this close to winning, right? It's like playing a slot machine. Yeah, like a slot machine. Yeah, we're gambling here now. And it's generally not a good idea to gamble, but we just don't know. Here's one of the things, right, that makes this a little different from gambling. So when you gamble at a casino and you're debating, do I put another 20 bucks into the slot machine and pull it? You know that the odds are stacked against you. You know that the house always wins. So putting that money into the slot machine and giving it another pull, no matter how many pulls you've done before, is generally considered a poor investment. If it were a good investment, all these people on Wall Street would pack casinos. They would have casinos on Wall Street. They don't, because they know that it's a bad investment. So to use a gambling analogy, when it comes to warfare, isn't actually the best possible analogy. And that's because in warfare, it's a little different. You might not know what the odds are against you, you know? And in this case, I don't know what the odds are. I don't know that the house is winning. I might be the house, for all I know. I might actually be winning. The enemy might be on their last $20 and making their last pull. And that's what makes the calculus here so difficult. Because if I'm at the casino and I'm feeling really bad about the money I've lost, the optimal play is to stop putting money into the machine, chasing my losses, chasing that win. In fact, the optimal play at any casino is to not play at all. That's the optimal play. But, you know, let's say that we're just there to have a good time and the money that we've got is, you know, money that we're kind of good with, happy with burning. We're buying entertainment. Let's just look at it that way. And that's okay. Now, Kriegsspiel, what we're doing here, we are playing a game for entertainment. So we're having fun here. These blocks are just blocks of abstractions. There are no real human lives at stake. One of the things that we encourage people to do, though, is to play realistically, play with the correct mindset. Like, what would you do if these really were human lives? Don't play with the game mindset, you know, because it's one of the things that bothers me is that players will take all their pieces and just shove them in the middle. Just shove them in. And they do that because they know that it's a game. They know there's no consequences, and they just want to win. In real life, however, these battles are happening in the context of a larger operation. And if you go all in like that, to use another gambling analogy, and you lose all of your guys, well, it's game over on the next battle. You might even win this battle, but otherwise it's game over. You know, it's a Pyrrhic victory. So you want to stem your losses. You want to cut your losses at a certain point and keep your forces intact so you can fight for another day in real life. And you want to play Kriegsspiel with the same mindset. This is why it's important, and here's something we've gotten away from doing, and I kind of think we need to get back into doing it. And we need to choose individual players as winners based on the decisions they make. When judging a Kriegsspiel, and I've done a whole podcast on how to judge a Kriegsspiel, you have to take into consideration the operation, everything. You have to look at the big picture. And you want to designate one player on each side, or a couple players, or at least one player in general, as individual winners. You want to find people and say that this person is the winner. You don't want to say that this side is the winner or that side is the winner. You could declare it. A lot of times we don't even declare one side or the other as having won the battle. We often do, but sometimes we don't, because sometimes it's not even clear. But you absolutely want to reinforce for the players that appropriate play is how you win a Kriegsspiel. And sometimes appropriate play means you call off an attack, or you retreat, or you defend to the last man. Your side might absolutely, positively, beyond any question or doubt, lose the battle. But if you have delayed the enemy so that they lose the operation or even the war, or if you preserved your force in the face of overwhelming enemy attack or something, you win the Kriegsspiel. And that's how you have to evaluate these things. You have to have this big picture, and you want to look at it and evaluate in the context of the big picture, not just whose blocks are where at the end of the game. And that's what separates Kriegsspiel from other games. All right, let's take a look. New screenshot. Let's see what we got here. Looks like we're wearing down, but it looks like the enemy's grossly worn down. Okay, looks like they're rallying. I think that's the trumpet means. I think they may be pulling back. Let's wait for the report. But I think they may be pulling back. My empire made a deliberate attempt to not do a skull again. But maybe it's still a skull, right? From a different angle, or like some other type of skull, right? Maybe it's still a skull. Oh, Lord. Need to save that though. Paste that memes. Post that here into. All right. Posting that. Let's go back to where we're supposed to be now. Blue 4, there we are. Okay. All right, so we're going to just continue, you know. It does look like this is just an absolute mess. There's no point really in even arranging the blocks. We're down to the last two of our veteran infantry pushing through. But the enemy looks like they are down to just a couple of blocks. 3 blocks is all they have defending now. So they have a British... Go ahead.
One more of your battalion have been routed on the bridge, but it's already been replaced by another battalion. Your artillery again routed some enemy, but there is even more coming from the south. Apparently, one of the British division or brigades turning back to reinforce the bridge. But your artillery report that they will be able to shoot at them from the flank side.
Continue the attack. Continue to rally the broken forces.
All right, gotcha.
I want to, if you're there,
Yeah.
I want to arrange the units that are rallying in a defensive line in the town. So yeah, put them in some kind of a line or a formation so they can fight if the enemy counterattacks and comes across the bridge. Because if I call off the attack, I want them to be able to kill the enemy coming across the bridge. So
Okay, gotcha.
yeah, but for now we're going to continue the attack. Thank you. All right, so we're going to continue the attack, and it looks like here we are having some success with the, we're having some success. So the British are coming in from the south here, it looks like. Oh, they're fighting there, and then there's maybe another unit coming up somewhere down here. But I've got artillery over here. It should be able to fire on them. And I've got infantry up here, and it's regular right there and right here. So it's quite a mess. I am now out of reserve. I don't have any more to put into the attack. Just based on looking at this, I am a spent force after this turn. You see here, I've got this unit here, I've got this unit here. It's just, the problem, the reason why I don't call off the attack now is because the enemy is also becoming thin. and he's sending reinforcements up this way to reinforce this battle. Now, why is that important? It's important because whatever he is sending north from down here, he is not throwing into the fight down there. So I am successfully tying down significant and growing portions of his force, while this should be weakening the attack on the main objective. I don't think I'm going to win here because I no longer have the reserves to really follow it up. It is time to call the attack off, but I want to keep the pressure up a little longer. I don't really have illusions now that I'm going to break through, and if I do break through, for one, I don't see the cavalry in that screenshot, and for another, if I do break through, I'm probably not going to be able to hold it or exploit it. So at this point, we are in a good money after bad scenario. However, I want to stay in the fight simply because I think we're drawing enemy forces away from the main attack. And that is worth the expenditure that I'm making here. So we are going to go ahead and form a line back here somewhere, and we're going to try to hold, and we'll pull back off the attack after this turn if we haven't busted through. And what we're going to do is we're going to lure them, if possible, across that bridge. Give them a taste of their own medicine. So we'll see here. All right. Insert bad to the bone riff here. Yeah. We are bad to the bone in that this whole thing is bad to the bone. Not so great. We do want to keep it up. All right. So yeah, that's something we need to get back to in Kriegsspiel, which is declaring individual persons as doing a really good job. At a minimum, we need to do that because we have to incentivize people to play wisely and not absurdly or foolishly. One of the things that we've been seeing with a lot of our games, particularly Napoleonic, but also American Civil War, are players who like to run cavalry, and their goal in running the cavalry is to get into the enemy rear and destroy the supply trades. Now, I guess that's okay. It's not a bad thing to do that unless you're supposed to be doing something else. I guess we could call that pulling a Jeb Stuart. And players like doing Jeb Stuarts for the same reason Jeb Stuart liked doing Jeb Stuart things. You get your name in the papers, right? We've all seen the movie Gettysburg, so apparently that must be real life true history, right? But the gospel there. But the thing is that's not normal, proper, appropriate behavior on the Napoleonic battlefield for cavalry. It's not something that is always done. Normally, again, cavalry needs to be scouting, needs to be defending the flanks, and it needs to be held in reserve in great number to be used as the arm of decision, to punch through a weak point in the enemy line. Then ultimately, it needs to be used to ride down retreating or routing enemies to completely destroy the enemy will to resist. That's how you should be using cavalry, and with that order of priority. And if the cavalry has autonomy and they're not attached to the army and they're just off doing, again, Jeb Stuart things, that's nice, but it's not going to contribute to the ultimate winning of the battle. Supplies can be replaced. Armies can live off the fat of the land, especially if they're coming through at the right time of year. You know, there are things that the army can do, and if you destroy the supply train, that's not necessarily the center of gravity. That's not necessarily what you should be attacking. So, center of gravity is a military concept. It's an idea about what the enemy kind of is basing their attack or their defense around. And it's the most essential part of their plan. And it can be a geographical feature like a hill. It can be an entrenchment. It can be a bridge. It can be high ground. It can be a force, a body of troops. It could be supplies. It's not usually. You know, the center of gravity for the Americans crossing the Pacific to attack Japan, what would it be? It would be the troop transports, because that's what we need to carry on the attack. The problem for the Japanese is they were attacking the warships. Well, the warships are kind of irrelevant if we can deposit them in onto the beaches pretty much unhindered and unattacked. So the Japanese did not correctly identify the American center of gravity during the American War in the Pacific. That's why they lost. It's a big part of why they lost. They could have bought a lot of time for themselves and maybe turned the tide of the war and made a difference. Probably not, but, you know, they would have done better if they had. So, you want to reward players who correctly identify these things. Identify the enemy intent. What is the enemy doing? What is the enemy's center of gravity? Do you attack that? You know, and then of course, if you're playing on the defense, are you protecting your army's center of gravity? Are you protecting your formation center of gravity? Are you frustrating the enemy attack in some way? What are you doing, you know? And are you utilizing your forces appropriately? And you'll know simply if you win or lose usually, but sometimes you're going to lose no matter what. And so it's really, really important for the umpires to take a look at how players are using their forces and praise those players that use their forces correctly, while gently and very kindly and respectfully educating those who do not use their forces appropriately. So there we have that. Let's go back to the YouTube, take a look. All right. Oh, we provoked some talk here. Random Guy says, to be fair, if you try to attack the troop transports, warships tend to get in the way. Attacking transports gets a lot easier if you get rid of the warships first. Okay, good point. However, you've got limited capacity. When dealing with the Japanese kamikaze attacks and such in particular, they didn't have a lot, and very little of it got through. You know, they did have hundreds of aircraft and hundreds of kamikaze pilots, but at the end of the day, the percentages that got through and did any kind of damage whatsoever was actually pretty slim. And warships, I mean, I don't know that I want to get into the technical of it, you know, like, you know, well, warships have more guns and throw out more defensive fire versus troop transports, and I don't think it pays to do that deep of a dive into this. But if the Japanese were successful in sinking just a few troop transports versus a few destroyers, which is what they actually got, it would have had a bigger impact on the war, because we could lose and replace destroyers all the time. But troop transports with thousands of men aboard, that's harder to replace. Let's see, a random guy adds, and you tend to do better against warships if you try to attack them and not transports. Well, I would assume that whatever you attack, you're ultimately going to hit if you throw enough at it, you know? So it's just a matter of choosing the correct priority. He says, but that doesn't mean that attacking transports is a bad idea. And that's why Kriegsspiel isn't easy, he adds. Which is true. Kriegsspiel is not easy because there's a little bit of guesswork involved. You don't have perfect knowledge of the enemy. I think the question is, are you trying to get that knowledge? All right, let's take a look here. We got an update. And we're down to the last of our stuff, and our attack has clearly failed. So we need to pull back. It's time to pull back.
Okay. Bloodfest continue. Another Grenadier battalion routed, but it's already been replaced. Your artillery scoring some hits. And basically that's it. And other guys are reforming behind.
Call off the attack. Pull the unit back to the line and hold the line. Be prepared for an enemy counterattack, but hold. Rally the forces.
Alright, I gotcha.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to call off the attack. We've definitely satisfied the conditions of honor. We have remained committed to the attack probably longer than we should have been, but I can't say that definitively because we have compelled the enemy to divert their forces and send troops this way. So we have contributed to what is hopefully going to be the defeat of the main attack to the south by making our own attack up here in the north and showing some commitment to that attack. Now, I have a dispatch from the 2nd Division, General Dumonico, to me, and he is at St. Panera, which is down here. And he says, I am holding the crossing point at St. Panera. Where is that? Let's identify that crossing point. Right here, I think, is where it is. He's holding here. A joint force of Russian and British, at least one brigade, is trying to go over the canal, but for now we hold. Another enemy brigade is coming towards us from the north. We expect an encounter very soon. How is the general situation going? Okay. Now, the first question is, well, I got a lot of questions here. Number one, why is my peer, who is on the other side of the map, sending me a dispatch? Dispatches should go up and down, and they should only go lateral to your flanks. In general, you don't want to be sending dispatches all over the place. For one, they can be intercepted. For two, they take time. For three, they consume resources. For four, in a game, and like Kriegsspiel, they consume umpire time and resources. So, generally speaking, if you have nothing of consequence to say to a peer commander, don't say it. Because just we ain't got time for that. It slows the game down. I don't think it's bad to keep your peers informed or to send dispatches around. Like, it's not like, this terrible, awful thing that you're doing. It's just, there's nothing I can do here. There's nothing he can do here. And reporting on the situation, whether it's good or bad, from here to here, isn't going to make a difference to either side. Again, it simply consumes umpire resources in the game. And in real life, it would consume time and a dispatch rider. And again, the dispatch could be intercepted, which could provide valuable intel to the enemy. It's very unlikely it would be intercepted. but it is possible. So the question that I have now is, do I reply to my peer? Politeness suggests that I do. But again, if I am treating this like a real world battle, a real situation, and I have not been given orders to report to this person, to submit dispatches to them, and they are not on one of my flanks, and I cannot justify the consumption of the resource to communicate with them, don't do it. So players do get bored and they'll send circulars. That's what I call them when they send a dispatch to like everyone. But yeah, we don't want to do that. So I feel bad to not reply to the person. It's like you get a Christmas card. It's the holiday season right now. You get a Christmas card and you don't send a thank you or reply back. That's kind of rude, isn't it? But you want to know what's rude? War, killing, murder. That's pretty rude. That's pretty offensive. If you're not offended by it, what the heck are you offended by? So, maybe I'm a giant snowflake, right? I'm offended by war. What a snowflake, huh? But no, I don't see a reason to reply to the dispatch. Now, if there is a reason, it is possible that this commander requires my reply to perform some kind of calculus and make a decision. Unfortunately, the dispatch does not provoke me to reply because it doesn't say why they need my information. So I could report back, hey, it's going great or it's going terrible, but why? Now, if you need that information from a commander, then you need to say, not how's the situation going. You need to say, I need to know how your situation is going so I can determine whether to send reserves to you or hold them here. You know, something like that. If I know that I have a peer and they're on the complete opposite side of the battlefield, but they have to make a decision and that decision is dependent upon what's happening with me, then I'm going to reply. But in this case, we just have a very friendly and gregarious Kriegsspiel player who sent a very kind dispatch and expects a respectful and kind reply, something they deserve and are entitled to. But I am not going to give, not because I'm rude, but because I don't see an appropriate reason to expend umpire resources to do it, nor would I see a reason to do it on the actual battlefield. What a jerk. I'm so sorry, poor General Domenico. I feel horrible. What if this is like one of my best friends in the world playing that slot? Let's see who it is. I don't even know. I don't even know who this player is, but look at this. They've got a dog for their profile picture. And I do love dogs. I do love dogs. That's a great picture right there. Man, playing for my heart. Yep, unfortunately. They'll probably never watch the live stream and know why I didn't reply. They'll just think I'm rude. Oh no. You're just an awful person, aren't you? All right. All right, random guy, coming back to the kamikaze discussion. The point of kamikazes is also a valid point. Warships are supposed to take hits, troop transports aren't. And that's why aggroing on the first thing isn't always a good idea. And I agree. Yeah. So. Alrighty. Clean up the map just a tiny bit here. So yeah, we're calling off our big attack here. We are getting a bit of a line forming, which is nice. And we need that because I expect the enemy is going to counterattack. And we want them to. We want them to. So now, as I see things, I'm going to have to establish a defense in depth. So at least that means at least 2 lines here, 2 successive lines. But for the moment, it's chaos. I don't even know what to say. I could arrange pieces, but arranging the pieces, I kind of get what they give me. I've noticed that. So I don't think I'm going to arrange the pieces and tell them how to arrange the pieces. I think I'm just going to say establish a double line. All right. Random guy says you could DM them on Discord about why you didn't reply to the dispatch after the game if you wanted. Yes, but you know, I want the view on YouTube. I'm going to make them watch the YouTube video. Yeah, I should actually do a podcast on that particular topic. Dispatches and reporting. When do you send a dispatch? To whom do you report, and which should the dispatch contain? You know, we should. I have talked about how to do a dispatch properly in the past, but I don't think I've talked about who should get the dispatch and when necessarily, and the limits of that. So, and the whys, because there are important whys there. Again, for me, I'm very sensitive to the demands placed on umpires because I know how hard it is, obviously. And I want the game to move quickly with quick turns. And if everyone's sending circulars to everyone else, that eats a lot of time. And if they're saying, you know, even just polite notes, it adds up real quick. That's one of the things with all Kriegsspiel games is people come up with these ideas. They want to model things. It's what I call minutia. They want to do minutia, you know, and the minutia sounds really cool. Let's talk about that. So minutia are these smaller details that people think if I include this in the game, it's going to make it more realistic. On one level, yes, they are correct. So for example, let's say you want to model the officers. You know, this particular unit has a really good officer in command, very charismatic, whatever, very brave. This unit over here has firearms, rifles or something that have a little bit longer range. This unit over here has more accurate weapons. This unit here, they can carry, they're carrying, you know, more cartridges than this one. I want to track how many cartridges are in the box, so on and so on. You can do that, and yes, you would get a more realistic simulation of the battle. The problem is it trades off with your most precious resource, which is time. Now you might think it only takes a second or two to add or subtract a die roll modifier because of this, or to measure something out to see if it's in that little extra range that those rifles give you, or to count the amount of ammo that a unit has left. And you're correct. The problem is it adds up. How many blocks are here on just this one screen? And this is just one little sliver of a much bigger battle. And when you start multiplying that one little extra die roll or that one little extra die roll modifier or whatever it may be by tens and tens and tens, you end up with a significant hit to the amount of time it takes to resolve stuff. And so you end up having a game that instead of going between, 12 to 16 turns on average, you're barely lucky to do 6 to 8. And that means you're not really going to play the battle to any kind of satisfying point or conclusion. So, because we deal with real-world limitations, we cannot allow minutia to creep into games and slow the games down. You know, when all you have is a Saturday afternoon to play with your buddies in the garage or the den or wherever you're playing, you've got to move it along. If you want to play with the minutia, you can do it. Just understand you're not going to get so far through the battle. So what's important to you as a player? I found that, of course, the most important thing for me and the most important factor that my friends and stuff have when we run games, particularly live games, is just the fun of it. And you can have an incredible amount of fun just hanging out and talking. And so what, you play 6 or 7 turns. And you know what? That's okay. To me, that's a win. Because if you're doing this as a hobby and you're doing it to have fun, the win condition is not, did you take the objective, or did you save the army or destroy the enemy army? No, it's did you have fun? And if you had fun, you know what? Win. That's a big dub. I'll take the dub any day, right? Big W, win. On the other hand, if you really do want to get through a battle or play a battle to a satisfying conclusion because that's greater fun for you, then you've got to hold the minutia at bay. And you're going to have to say that we're not going to track individual supply, and we're not going to track or measure individual rifle range for units or whatever it may be. So you can make a strong argument that you should, and you'd be correct, but for the impact to the time. Now, if you have a small battle, small number of pieces, small number of players, if the umpire is proficient and quick and the system is efficient, then sure, go ahead and add that extra layer of minutia. Try it out. You know, if you can get through, 21 turns or so with tracking individual ammo and casualty stats and commander attributes and all that, then do it. More power to you. But chances are you probably can't, and you're going to struggle under the strain. So you got to think about it. If you can do it, do it. Definitely do it. But you probably can't do it. So, that's my advice on that. All right, let's go back to the YouTube. All righty. Yeah, when you play Kriegsspiel or umpire Kriegsspiel, you're giving up a solid half of your Saturday to do it. So you definitely want to have fun. You don't want to do it if you're not going to have fun. And sometimes just kind of hanging out and sitting here ain't too much fun. I'm live streaming and I can talk and preach, which is a superpower I have, which is running my mouth. But if you're not live streaming, a lot of people will just do something else. Sometimes they'll play full-on other games. The only problem with that is that you're not really devoting your full care and attention to what you're doing here, and you can short yourself and you can short other players because you're only operating at like half capacity because the other half of your brain is doing a chore or something else. But I do understand that if you have to sit here for 20 or 30 minutes staring at a map, it gets a little old. I get it. So I don't begrudge people. You put on music, you play another game, you do a chore, whatever. But definitely make sure that your head is in the event. Be thinking about that next move. Be quick. Be ready for your umpire when they come through. Yeah, so anyway. Dropping all kinds of knowledge, huh? That's what I do on these live streams, because what else do I have to do? It can be pretty embarrassing. Because I'll make terrible blunders. Oh my gosh, I did an event about over a month ago now, probably 6-8 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. I can't remember what battle it even was. but it was Napoleonic, and it was where the heck was it? It was in the middle of winter, and Napoleon's forces, I think, were in some level of retreat. I think it was 1812 or whatever. It was after, I can't remember. But in any case, it's not important. There is a live stream of it. But yeah, I got curb stomped. I got thrashed. I understood my orders to mean go and attack and take this particular objective, and then decide what to do once you're there, attack or defend. And I never even got to the objective. The enemy was all over it before I got to it. And so then I ended up on almost perpetual defense till I got reinforcements, and then I tried to go on the attack. And the reinforcements ended up attacking into bad situation. So I squandered them, and then eventually my entire position collapsed and gave way. I was no longer even combat effective in my sector. Lost the whole battle, everything. And that was while I was live streaming, so that was embarrassing. But I do it because it's all learning. You know, it's a learning experience, and it can still be entertaining, which is a big part of the reason why we do it. If you can't have fun losing, don't do it. Don't do it at all. Oh boy. All right. I am in fact going to have to eat something at some point. This is taking a long time to resolve. I should have a screenshot and an umpire visit here. Probably by now, and we don't. So that suggests to me that this is a big turn. The battle could be decided already. We don't always play battles. In fact, we rarely, if ever, play a battle to the bitter end. We usually play battles to a decision point. When used academically, you might play until you make contact with the enemy or you're ready to shoot at the enemy, but then you don't really continue the battle beyond that point of initial combat, and you don't play out the battle. It depends on what you're trying to learn or illustrate, what you're focused on. So let's say, for example, you're trying to do an exercise, a Kriegsspiel, that's really about cavalry scouting. You send the cavalry out, you make contact with the enemy, you demonstrate scouting discipline and behavior, and then the armies eventually come into contact, and the armies just start ready to shooting at each other, and then you don't. You just stop. Battle's over. Because you've illustrated what you want to illustrate, or you've tested what you want to test. You're done. Why would you continue, you know? But it does depend. You know, again, do what brings joy. Have fun. Life's too short. Okay, I see an umpire's dropped down into chat, so I should be getting a visit here pretty soon. And here's my screenshot. Okay, so we are pulling back. And we just sort of continue to fight. Yeah, we'll pull back. Low on ammo here on this battery. Low on ammo there. Pull back, resupply. We'll just pull back. Go for full disengagement, more or less. That's another issue I have with a lot of Kriegsspiels is units tend to stay engaged and fight longer and harder than they would have historically.
Alright, so
Hello.
hello. Your grenadiers managed to disengage from the bridge, and now they form the line behind the bridge. Another battalion got routed, but it already replaced. Also, your artillery need to make a break in shooting because of the smoke, and you routed enemy artillery, but also one of your batteries is routed too. Basically, that's it.
Okay, yeah, pull back and resupply and rest. Everyone pull back a little and resupply and rest and rally. And let's see if they cross the bridge. Let's see what they do now.
Alright, also your cavalry to the southeast reported that like there is one more British brigade reinforced the area.
Meaning they're coming my direction?
Yeah, they're already here.
Okay.
They just arrived from the south.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, no changes. Just pull back, rest, and resupply and rally. And let's preserve our strength and see if they come at us.
Alright, gotcha.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's all we can do now. Call off the attack and defend and kind of hold. I would go off marching to the south or something maybe, but the men are too spent to do it. I don't want to split up my command. We have drawn significant forces up from the south. It looks like they just sent another brigade that just arrived. So we have drawn forces off Kodak. What I do need to do now is send a dispatch to my commander. So let's go ahead and issue that dispatch. The time is now 10:45. Let's see here. All right, here's the message I'm sending. Attack has failed. We are assuming defensive posture to occupy any... Boy, I'm just making words up. Let's repeat that. Attack has failed. We are assuming defensive posture to oppose any possible enemy attack on shore. which is what they're using for to mean this area here. Enemy has sent significant forces to prevent our breakthrough. Forces back here to prevent our breakthrough. Holding position now. All right, that's it. We're going to send it. Sent. Okay, so I've reported to my superior what's going on my front. My superior now knows that we have not punched through. He knows now, or will know, that we are holding position. And he now knows, or should know soon, that the enemy diverted significant forces from their main attack to defend against mine. Hopefully, the enemy sent all their reserves here, and the enemy reserves are plugged in the south. And the end result is we are able to push them back in the south. Hopefully that's happening. If it's not happening, then, well, we're probably in trouble. So, again, it depends on, do we have reserves and such. Something to think about. Well, now at this point I am pretty tired. I'm ready to nap, kind of. I need a nap. Okay, still standing by. Looks like another lengthy turn. bit of a slow turn. I need to eat something today. So I'll wait until my next update, then I'll pause and go get myself something. Just meaning running down to the kitchen and making something quick to eat while we wait and hang out. Let's take a look here and see what's going on. Nothing yet. The enemy could do two things here. On the one hand, they can try to attack, which they'll be attacking into our defenses, and we'll destroy them. Or they could start trying to countermarch and go back to the south, which means they'll be a little weak to our front. And it looks like they're choosing to go back to the south. And you just now got the screenshot. So let's share that with you. All right. Yeah, they're still trying to shoot, but pull back out of range. Yeah, rest and resupply. We've only got one single gun or battery there, half battery. They don't have a lot. So we could almost try again, but it doesn't look like they're going to come across. Nonetheless, we do need to rest and resupply, so put this screenshot up here. So pixelated. Let's see here if we can do it. See if we can dial it in. Infantry here. Little infantry there. Little infantry. So these got 3 of whatever these are, demi brigades or something. I don't know. And he's got a little bit of artillery. And then that's kind of it. There is, I think, another unit over here.
All right. You managed to pull back without
Okay.
much losses, more or less. You recovering the ammunition, recovering the morale, and it does not seem like the coalition planning to attack. They just staying behind the bridge and like only fighting with artillery.
Yeah, pull back, form 2 lines, and again, rest, resupply, and recover. And we'll just give it another 15 minutes before we make a final decision of what to do next. But yeah, we're going to pull back and recover and resupply.
Alright, gotcha.
Thank you. All right. Now I'm going to take my little break and get something to eat. I will be back. All right, folks. Sorry I'm back. I was able to make some lunch, which I'll eat here in a minute. I have no new updates, but I should be getting one momentarily. So for now, we'll look at this, and I had some additional thoughts to share. Then I forgot what those were, but I'll come back to it. And I'll let you know as soon as I have an update.
Alright, so you recovered the morale and lost ammunition for your troops, and now you hold in a single line opposite the bridge.
Okay, push the artillery forward. Start attacking enemy forces across the bridge with the artillery. Those units that are fully recovered, such as the 1st Division of Infantry, I want them to form assault column and prepare to attack, but stay kind of back and out of range, but be ready. I'm probably going to attack again.
Alright.
Thank you. One of the things that I wanted to point out is that we are no longer tying up a commensurate number of forces to make it worth my occupying this position. They're not going to cross over and attack. We are rested and resupplied just about as well as we can be, at least most of my units. I've got over a dozen units on my side. They've got about 4 to 5 on their side. If we were tying up at least as many or even twice as many or more than better than 1 to 1, it might be worth it for us to stand here and stare at the enemy. But we're not occupying that number of forces. Instead, the enemy has probably countermarched back to the south once again to reinforce their attack. Therefore, we need to, at a minimum, threaten the attack, if not execute a successful attack, in order to draw those forces back across or back up, make them countermarch again, or break through and attack the enemy flank. So the second time could be the charm. We don't know. But we're going to give it a try. For right now, we're going to put our artillery to work to disrupt and destroy the enemy and see how that does. That will also tell us if he has reserves, because he may send reserves forward. But if we believe the enemy is weak, and we're weakening him with our artillery, we have an opportunity to punch through this time. So we will take it if I feel that we have the chance. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on. How's the main body doing? As far as I know, I imagine the main body is doing well. I expect that they're holding their own because I have not heard otherwise. Last I heard, they had a line and they had reserves. I have no reason to suspect that anything different is the case. I have not written to them for an update, but that is not necessarily my responsibility. If they have information they feel I should have, they will send it to me. Otherwise, no, we just hold this position and continue to do what we're doing here. I am preparing to make another attack across the river because I think this time it might be successful, but it might not be. We'll see. I'm going to let artillery really work these guys over and soften them up and see if that does anything to improve our chances. And if it does, then yes, we will attack again and try to break through. The problem is that we have a lot of forces here, and we're no longer tying down a commensurate number of forces or a better number of forces opposite the canal. So we need to do something. The question is, why not leave a river guard and go south yourself? Because we're here, and the enemy is here, and I think I want to fight them here. And if I go to the south, we'll just become reinforcements. After 30 minutes
The other.
Literally the only
Oh.
people left standing.
game over.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone.
Congratulations
Hello.
to anyone who survived the end.
Thank the Holy Lord, it's over.
Yeah, is that yeah, it's everyone. Okay, we can
There are
start
two
the briefing.
guys called Dundas, can I ask?
Yeah, I was really confused at that. For some reason, one of the French 2ICs decided to call themselves Dundas.
I didn't see there was another guy called
It
Dundas
was,
until after I'd done
you
it.
think it was confusing for you? You don't know how it was confusing for us.
Don't tell me that he was getting my dispatches, please. I've been.
No,
I
this-
don't think- I don't think you're getting any dispatches, Dundas.
No, I
No
did
one
not
was
get any.
getting-
I was literally about to go up and talk to you because
Guys, okay, let's do the brief now. So first I will explain how historically battle happened and what was the difference in our game. So basically, before the start of the game, each team had like option to pick a route that they will choose to like attack Alkmaar. They had a road along the coast and the dune and sand dunes from Skirm to Bergen and Alkmaar. The central one through the Skirm Dam, like alongside the canal, and the eastern route, like in the east part, and other canals and roads here. So French revolutionary side made a historical decision. They put French troops on the west side with reserve division in Alkmaar, and battalions holding the central and eastern routes. But the coalition did different. British decided to attack center, as historically they did, but Russian troops, instead of attacking French on the west, attacked the battalions on the east. So it was like big benefit for them on the first turn because they were attacking two weakest division in revolutionary side. So they had big advantage from the start. And so, but still, revolutionary side did an amazing job trying to hold the coalition advance. They fought the line action. And one was thing. The battle started before the sunrise, because like historically Russian soldiers got drunk during the night and they attacked without order before several hours before it was planned to attack. So Russians had advanced position at Oudskepel and one brigade at Skirm Dam. After this, they just like decided to keep an advance here along the road, but then for some reason they decided to cross the swamps with one division, the Russians. And particularly impressive job did the player on the far flank. I think it was newbie player, the Mitch, who like had 2 brigades on the eastern part of the map, and he managed to slip away from the revolutionary forces and like cut off their line of retreat, because now he have 2 brigades that can secure Alkmaar before revolutionary forces can retreat. Also, very impressive job did Van Damme, because when coalition just tried to ignore him and keep moving alongside the canal, they left only 1 brigade to hold the bridge here. But Van Damme attack forced coalition to bring 2 more brigades, the guards brigades, to hold them. But still, coalition have a very big advantage in the center. They did took terrible casualties with their French took terrible casualties with their artillery and 2 elite regiments, battalions. They got completely routed, and so they cannot hold the center. And when they got a report that they cut off from line the retreat, it would be a mass rout for the Batavians here. So it's a complete victory for the coalition troops, because they secured all their objectives. But I think the French force would be able to sneak around and still retreat to the like mainland Holland. And that's mean it's the end of the battle, but as I promised, I probably gonna run play-by-post and play-by-post operational game, like from outcome of this game. So everyone who want to participate can direct message me that they want to participate. You can like keep the command that you held in this battle. If you were French commander-in-chief or coalition one or divisional commander, you can remain your command in play-by-post campaign. But in this operational play-by-post campaign, we will resolve battles in live sessions. So you need to like be able to do both play-by-post and play live battles. So about this, you can just DM me after the debrief. So thanks for the help from the co-umpires, everyone who participated, Red Baron, Loritz, amazing job, and same for Crusader and Lysium and Muscovite. So now we can debrief. We will start from the top. Muscovite, what do you think of the game?
It's a great game and really interesting scenario to run from umpire perspective. And I umpired very good players, which took a balanced decisions, but not always have luck with dices, I guess. Thank you for the game. A lot of fun.
All right, J-Rock, it's you now.
Oh yeah, it was pretty straightforward for us over in the east. We didn't know where over half my command was until going towards the end. Then I lost the half that I did know about to go support the center. So, you know, it was pretty interesting towards the end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Red Mizar.
Yeah, it was very fun. Thank you, first of all. And we probably should have defended Koedic as started as the planning, the initial planning was, and then we received the order to move north, and probably it was a mistake because we just ended up in the middle of the enemy there. But it happens.
All right. Now it's who's next? Dandels.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Well, first of all, thank you to all the umpires and players. It's pretty much the same as Red Miser because we were the same unit. But yeah, we had a solid position around Dalmir. But well, we received the order to move north, and I didn't think that they had too many units around us, and they well surrounded us. I think we are all dead there. Yeah, but thank you. It was fun.
Okay, Dundas now. Very sure.
Right. Yeah, it was quite stressful on the right flank, but it was a very interesting game. I just felt very. I was on the at the farthest up, and I was very outnumbered, and I only had 2 battalions at one point against 6 Russians. But yeah, very good game. Thanks for umpiring.
And Dumonceau.
Well, it was a very funny game. I should have probably pushed on the other side of the river, but sooner than when I've done it. But my mistake. But I didn't expect it to be. I didn't think of it at the moment, since we have enemy forces on the north pushing down in our direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Burars.
So for me, the game was mostly marching, and I only got some action at the end of the game in Sholdam. With 3 of my units, the rest was just bombarded by artillery. We couldn't really do much on that bridge because the enemy had just had so much artillery, but yeah.
Well, you caused a lot of casualties for the French, at least. Okay.
Yeah.
Crusader?
Yeah, I think it was from the umpire's perspective specifically an incredibly interesting game because of how like dynamic the maneuvers were. Like basically most of the map was covered. Like fighting took place basically from like here, then down to here, and then on the eastern flank from Utskapel down to basically Alkmaar. So, and there was also a lot of fighting, I guess, for such a maneuver-heavy game. So I'm overall very happy with how you did that.
And Van Damme?
Yeah, it was a glorious victory for me. I think I played brilliantly, absolutely, and I want to thank you for putting the game together. I am being a little facetious about myself, but this was a well-run, well-executed game. It was entertaining and interesting and insightful. I was about to make another attack there in the north, but I was going to wait to see what my artillery could do. And what I was really looking for was I wanted my artillery to blast one of those defending units back and see if it would get replaced with another, which would tell me if you had reserves back there or not. If you had reserves back there, I might not have attacked. But if I didn't see reserves, I was definitely going to attack again.
Yeah, when battle happened like across the bridge, like units been rotated like 4 times in this melee. One battalions were retreating and another replaced it, and like over and over again. And even some of the coalition units were shattered because they had low numbers in the first place. But I think next attack would have no chance to succeed because there are just too many dead bodies on this bridge. You cannot just cross them anymore.
Yeah, I don't think an attack there by me would have succeeded. But the part of the goal was also to tie up a large number of enemy forces. I think we did that, but
Yes, it was 1 brigade, and in the end it was 3 brigade,
yeah.
the elite ones.
But I also agree. I think your read on the battle was perfect. We'd be able to slip away to the south, but we're certainly not winning today.
Yeah,
so it was well fought.
Because historically, French did hold both Bergen and Alkamaar, and they also did terrible casualties against coalition, and so the invasion of Holland failed. But here, it is not failed. It will continue. So next one is Lithium. What is your opinion?
Oh yeah. So before the noises, I have been resolving the westernmost part of the easternmost part of the battle, so I didn't know much about what's happening on the other part of the field. I just spent some time wondered myself, like what's going on. Bridge fighters. Anyway, what I could note about the games is it had despite having a bloody fight on the inside, had a quite meaningful marching simulator in the eastern side. There were almost no firefights or just minor skirmishing. Mostly it was a lot about maneuver, but because um, both the roads configurations and the amount of people who could make some valuable decisions. It was quite interesting in the end and really um, determined the outcome of the battle as well. Yeah, I really like to watch for all this maneuvering. There was something else.
Yeah, I think the meaningful marching simulator is the best description for the eastern part of the battlefield. Because there was a lot of walking, but each decision where you walk was meaningful because there was like meaningless movement. Everything was decisive for the outcome.
And yeah, the player of the flanking maneuver did a great job. So for what he was destined to for flanking, effectively taking a quite single handedly. Yeah, thank you all for the game.
Next one is Loris.
Yeah, well, I empired the revolutionary players on the east. I think they did a pretty good job in delaying and concentrating against superior coalition forces, but ultimately they couldn't stop the flanking from the British and Russian troops near Alkmaar. So yeah, but I think they did good. They did great.
Yeah, they cost the coalition to like fight for each village along the way they advanced, like not just by passing it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Next one is Poltonay, the divisional commander.
I had a interesting game where, for pretty much the entire game, I was trying to outflank the Batavian forces, and they kept on retreating, which was smart of them. To be honest, if I were them, I probably would have kept retreating, at least at the start, because of how much we had outnumbered them. But I think they still did well, choosing their ground to retreat from. I'm also very proud of my brigade commander, Pono, for taking initiative in a very good way in ordering assaults so that we wouldn't lose the trace of the Batavians. And basically, at the end of the game, I was just trying to go get a report from Dundas.
At the end, you became from divisional commander to a runner, basically.
Yeah, I was pretty much just sent on a mission to go find out what was happening in the north.
It's not that emotion. All right, next one is Dundas.
Well, I commanded the far western allied column, it was a very interesting game, like Polteni said, of like evolving objectives. So originally he and I were going to basically advance south together, and then I realized very quickly that the French were beginning to push on Scroldum, and even more so, I managed to see at one point the French CIC riding on the other side of the canal. So started concentrating my forces up there once the French started attacking, and I'm actually very pleased to see that what was basically the heaviest unit on the Republican side was held because of a bridge. And I can't say enough about the 2 brigade commanders I had. Mainly, I know it wasn't a lot of maneuver, but at the same time, all of the decisions that we made were solid. But the French division having that much artillery just really hampered our maneuver, and then also the cavalry, which prevented pretty much us making any meaningful advance across the bridge towards them. But I did send a lot of dispatches with updates, so I don't know how. No one knew it was happening, but all in all, a very interesting game.
And next one is Жеребцов.
Yeah, I was the division commander with first column in the east. We started up in the north and had immediate contact with Dutch cavalry. We managed to start off, and then it was just a case of marching south until we made more contact. But the CIC came over and then ordered me to march west to try and cut off the retreating Dutch at Kojic, which is why we crossed the Ponders. And then the plan was after this to assault the enemy position and try and rout them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and probably.
Yeah, I think it's it was a pretty good game. We enjoyed it. A lot of marching, but kind of, as they said, meaningful marching. Actually ended up going somewhere. So yeah.
Okay, next one is Max. What you played?
I was the second in command of the coalition forces. I wrote dispatches and was very confused.
Well, this is how dispatches work.
It was a very confusing game with a lot of things spread out all over the place. So a lot of moving around with the CIC to communicate with the individual wings and divisions.
Yeah, because it's a lot of distance. It's like more than 10 kilometers, like between each wing of the attack. So yeah, it's a lot of moving. Okay, next one is Pono.
Yeah, so for me, confusion was on the beginning. When everything started, I wasn't sure where I landed. And fortunately for me, I landed with very good commander and very experienced one. This is my first live game as a player. So I'm really glad that I had this opportunity with learn from the greatest. And I was very lucky with that artillery shot, which basically removed French from the picture. That
This
was
one?
yeah.
Yeah, it was very lucky roll.
Very, very lucky lore. But I think, firstly, it's a great game. It was a great game. Very great fun and respect to the Dutch for like rethrowing and taking really good defensive position. And I think if there's like bad rolls on my artillery, there will be a huge problem with that French, because as you can see, there's like not many units on my side because we really committed to the north. But yeah, overall, really good game. Looking forward for that campaign.
Okay, and next one is Coalition Commander-in-Chief.
Yeah, so if you can just zoom out, basically I had the 2 columns, and my initial plan was to advance like more to the east and then either just take Alkmaar or crush them against the sea, like encircle them, which basically in the end it worked, but it wasn't supposed to be like this. It was a very confusing game. Like from my perspective, I was running around trying to talk to everyone and get the what was happening, because every turn I asked for where's the artillery fire coming from, and every turn the direction changed. Every turn it was a different gun that was apparently firing somewhere. Sometimes I could even tell if it was mine. Sometimes I couldn't. It was just generally weird because I was so the one decision I think that had a big impact that I made was sending the 2nd Division over in the middle to the west. That is now the 2nd Russian that is now attacking the Batavians. It probably leads to their encirclement or destruction. It was because I had heard there was artillery fire in the northwest, and so I thought the enemy couldn't be further south than like Nordeinde, So I said if I just go across here to Kurdik, I can cut them off. Didn't quite work like that. Was still a good decision. Generally a good game. What I'm confused about is why the French went so far north. Like, wouldn't it been better to have a concentrated defense? But yeah, generally good game, good opponents.
All right. And now the second in command for the French, and in the second half of the battle, Commander-in-Chief Rostolon.
Yeah, second in command. Bit unexpected for me to take over for that amount of time. When Cactus recruited me this morning, he said, yeah, I might be gone for like half an hour, so you can take over then. But I didn't expect to take over command for like 2/3 of the battle. But it was actually my first time as CIC then. Pretty confusing for me, intelligence-wise. I wouldn't have expected that amount of enemy units, especially in the middle. I tried to organize our reserves as best as I could between the two Dutch forces and was mainly in contact with them. But yeah, Van Damme did a great job in the north to keep that many enemy units on him there. If he didn't do that, I think they would easily be able to take Kudijk in the middle. Yeah, the flanking move around the right side is what cost us the game in the end. I probably didn't react quickly enough to gunfire there. Again, I didn't get a lot of intelligence during the battle. Could have probably reinforced the southern bridge there a bit better. All in all, I think I gained a lot of experience and was a fun game. So thanks to everyone involved.
Also, it's very remarkable that the French forces had the reserve division in Alkmaar, and they didn't move it for like, I think, 6 turns, because they were waiting for and it was correct decision, because in the end they reinforced the exact areas they should reinforce. They just didn't sow in time the flanking column, but this decision were right all the time. So the next one. Who is next one? The Stonewall Group. What you played?
I was the Russians on the far west flank holding the bridge. There's not too much to say about that fight. We held. It was good. I'm glad that I noticed that the French were really going to attack there and not just a feint. And I'm really glad that I got backed up by Berard and Dundas as well as I did. When I got in, this is my first game. I had no idea that I was at the front of the line or if I was at the back, and I had no idea the location of anyone around me. And loading in, and then the first screenshot having French Hussars, I thought I was going to get eaten alive, so I'm very glad that that did not happen.
Yeah, it was supposed to be very confusing, like because of the drunk night attack. Like
yeah, I didn't know
where everyone else. Okay, and next one is Mitch, the Coalition Victor.
Yeah, thanks umpires. That was a really fun game. I really enjoyed that actually. The game ran really smoothly. I had a lovely game of just marching south, taking a nice stroll through the Dutch countryside, and I was the British and the Russians there that ended up in the south around Alkamaar. So I heard gunfire like to the west the entire game, and I just said, not going to go over there, just going to ignore it. And it seemed to work out in the end. So tea and crumpets in Alkamaar, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah. And that's it. So everyone who want to participate in Play by Post campaign, message me and mention what you commanded, and if you want to like remain the command of this unit. Because some of the units will probably disappear after this battle, and some reorganization will happen. But in general, you can remain the same command for the Play by Post campaign. All right, that's it. I think we can end it here. Thank everyone for participation. If you have any questions.
All right, folks, and that's going to do it for me. A couple questions here. Random Guy says, assume things are going okay until told otherwise. And things are very much not going okay. But that's not my job to solicit the information necessarily. I have a commander-in-chief whose job it is to direct. And if I'm not redirected or told or informed one way or the other, I have a different job to do, and it's not fishing for information from everywhere else. Again, information needs to come from above, below, and to my immediate flank to the right or left, but not across the whole battlefield necessarily. So I've got my job, I've got my posting, and I'm just supposed to kind of stick to it. Things could be going very well. They could be going brilliantly. And so it's a double-edged sword, you know. It can go one way for the good, it can go another way for the bad, and really you just want to stick with your assignment. I am glad to see that they had plenty of reserves there, and that I had taken that into account, that I was going to let the artillery determine whether I should attack or not, and if they had reserves, and wisely so, because I would have squandered my troops going in for a second time. It would have been like Burnside Bridge there. But all right. All right, good to go, all done. I want to thank everybody for watching and being here today. And we will see you, and see you guys on the next adventure. Goodbye for now.